Hey guys, tonight we're finding out exactly about servants, the true story of life below stairs. So before you get comfortable, take a moment, like the video, and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. If your image of a servant's the true story of life below stairs comes from fairy tales, romantic paintings or films where she spends her afternoons, before dawn had fully loosened the darkness from the windows, the house remained suspended between sleep and waking. Outside, the garden lay beneath a thin veil of mist. Bare branches rested against the paling sky, and the gravel path was silvered with dew. No carriage moved beyond the gate. No chimney smoke had yet begun to rise. The great house appeared still enough to have been abandoned in the night, its curtains drawn, its doors locked, its many rooms folded gently into shadow. Yet beneath the silence, something was listening. Far below the bedrooms and drawing rooms, beyond the green-covered door and down a narrow passage of cold stone, there hung a row of brass bells. They were arranged upon a wooden board, darkened by years of smoke and touch. Beneath each bell rested a small, faded label: drawing room, morning room, blue chamber, nursery, library. The names seemed almost ceremonial in the half-light, like inscriptions upon forgotten shrines. Each belonged to a room above, though none of those rooms could be seen from here. Only the bells revealed that another world existed beyond the ceiling. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then one bell trembled. It did not ring loudly. It gave only a small, bright note, delicate as a drop of water falling into a deep chamber. The sound entered the corridor and seemed to hover there, silver and brief. A servant raised her head. Somewhere above, a hand had pulled a cord, and somewhere below, an entire hidden world had begun to move. It is said that the quietest houses often contain the greatest number of unseen footsteps. In the grand rooms of a Victorian household, silence was admired. Doors opened without disturbance. Fires remained warm, without smoke entering the room. Tea arrived before it was requested twice. Lamps were lit as evening gathered. Curtains closed at precisely the right hour. A guest might pass through an entire day without hearing the clatter of pans, the carrying of coal, the washing of linen, or the whispered exchange of instructions in the corridors below. The house appeared to breathe by itself, yet its breath came from those who moved beyond sight. The bells made this possible. A silk cord might hang beside a fireplace, near a bed, or within reach of a chair. When pulled, it drew upon a wire concealed behind plaster and timber. That wire travelled downward through the hidden bones of the house, bending around corners, passing through walls, crossing floors, until it reached the bellboard below. The movement of one hand became the movement of metal. The movement of metal became sound, and sound became command. To those upstairs, the gesture was small. A finger closed around a cord. A wrist turned. The cord was released. To those below, the same gesture might mean that a fire had faded. A tray must be cleared. A letter must be carried. A visitor must be admitted. A child had woken, or a glass of water was required beside a bed. The system seemed almost magical in its elegance. A room spoke without a voice. A person summoned another without calling a name. But beneath that elegance rested a quiet contradiction. The great household was praised for its calm, yet calm depended upon constant motion. Its silence was built from hurried steps. Its grace was supported by listening bodies. Its comfort travelled through wires hidden in the walls. A new servant did not always understand the language at once. At first, the bells may have sounded alike. Each note was sharp, metallic, and brief. But with time, subtle differences emerged. The drawing-room bell might sway broadly, with a clear and confident ring. The nursery bell might flutter more lightly. The blue chamber bell could hesitate, trembling once before settling. A damaged spring might cause one bell to rasp faintly at the end of its note. The servants learned these differences as others learned voices. They came to know not only which room had called, but sometimes who had called from within it. An elderly mistress might pull the cord gently and wait. An impatient guest might ring twice. A child might tug repeatedly, fascinated by the invisible answer. A gentleman accustomed to immediate attention might draw the cord with such force that the bell below struck hard against its spring and continued quivering after the sound had faded. No written instruction could fully teach this language. It entered through repetition. It was learned while polishing silver, while carrying coal, while brushing mud from boots, while eating quickly at the servants' table. The ear remained alert even when the hands were occupied. A housemaid might be mending a torn hem near the kitchen fire when a faint chime passed through the passage. Her needle would pause before anyone spoke. A footman might be lifting a cup to his lips when he heard the smallest shiver of brass. A kitchen maid, half hidden in steam, might know from the rhythm that the dining room required another dish. The bell did not need to be loud. Those who served had already learned to live within its possibility. Even silence became a kind of waiting. There were moments in the servants' hall when conversation softened without reason. Someone might glance toward the board. A spoon would rest beside a bowl. The room seemed to hold its breath, as though the next summons were already travelling through the walls. Then the bell would sound. A chair moved back. A door opened. Footsteps disappeared into the passage. Above stairs, nothing seemed to have happened at all. Perhaps this was the true mystery of the bell system. It did not merely connect rooms. It connected two different experiences of time. Upstairs, time might drift. An afternoon could pass beside a fire, with a book unopened upon the lap. Guests might linger after luncheon. Music might rise from the piano and fade gently into conversation. A person could ring for tea and continue speaking, scarcely aware of the minutes between desire and fulfillment. Below, time tightened around every sound. A bell divided one task from another. It interrupted rest, shortened meals, and altered the direction of the body. It could reach into laughter and quiet it. It could enter a private thought and dissolve it. The servants did not own the sound, yet their lives were arranged around answering it. And still, the bell was not always cruel. Sometimes, it announced need rather than authority. The nursery bell might ring in the night because a child had awakened from a dream. A lady might summon her maid not for clothing or candles, but because grief had made the room feel too large. An elderly gentleman might ring after midnight because breath came with difficulty and he feared being alone. Those who answered entered rooms at their most unguarded. They saw candlelight upon tired faces. They heard voices stripped of ceremony. They carried warm water to the ill, blankets to the cold, and quiet reassurance to those whose power could not protect them from darkness. The bell summoned service, but it also revealed fragility. Behind the polished doors, those who commanded were still human. They feared, they mourned, they woke from dreams. They reached for a cord, because somewhere below, another person was listening, yet the intimacy remained unequal. A servant might know the sound of a mistress's sorrow, while the mistress did not know the servant's middle name. A footman might recognize a gentleman's impatience from a single pull of wire, while the gentleman could pass him in the hall without seeing the weariness in his face. The bell carried need downward. It rarely carried understanding upward. Whispers tell us that some servants continued to hear bells long after leaving service. In a quiet cottage, years later, the clink of a spoon against a cup might awaken the old response. A shop bell opening in the street might cause the body to turn before the mind remembered that no summons had been made. Metal striking metal could reopen a corridor that no longer existed. The sound had entered memory too deeply. It had become part of the nerves, part of sleep, part of the hidden rhythm beneath thought. There were servants who woke moments before the morning bell, as though the body had learned to anticipate command. Even in the attic, beneath blankets and darkness, listening continued. The house rested. The servant did not entirely rest. Somewhere in the night, timber settled within the walls. Pipes sighed. Wind touched a loose shutter. A distant bell shifted slightly upon its spring. Was it a summons? The sleeper stirred. Then silence returned. By the final hours of evening, the bellboard grew still. The last trays had been carried away. Bedroom fires had been checked. Candles had been placed beside beds. The drawing room lay empty, its cushions holding the faint impressions of those who had sat there. In the nursery, toys rested beneath moonlight. The library clock measured the darkness one patient second at a time. Below stairs, voices faded. One servant climbed toward the attic. Another banked the kitchen fire. A footman checked the locks and passed through the corridor with a lamp held low. The brass bells hung motionless above their faded labels. Without movement, they seemed harmless, almost beautiful. Moonlight entered through a narrow window and touched their curved surfaces. Dust drifted slowly through the pale beam. Each particle rose and fell as though moved by the breath of the sleeping house. Nothing rang. No cord was pulled. No footsteps answered, yet the chamber did not feel empty. Beneath the silence lingered the echo of countless summons. Breakfast required before dawn, fires revived in winter, medicine carried through midnight corridors, visitors announced, children comforted, letters delivered, curtains drawn. The bells remembered hands that had commanded. The passage remembered feet that had answered. And the walls, crossed by wires now hidden and still, seemed to remember both. Perhaps houses preserve more than portraits and furniture. Perhaps they hold the rhythm of vanished labor. Perhaps every polished room contains a silence shaped by those who were required to remain unseen. Long after the family names have faded from the doors, long after the cords have frayed and the bells have gathered dust, something remains within the plaster. A faint vibration, a waiting note, an echo too soft for daylight. Some voices are not carried in words. Some histories survive only as a tremor in brass, a hidden wire behind the wall, or the memory of a sound that once caused someone, somewhere below, to rise. And perhaps, when the night is quiet enough, the bell still speaks, not to summon, only to be remembered. At the foot of the great staircase, the house seemed to rise into light. Polished banisters curved upward beneath a chandelier, whose glass drops held the last amber breath of evening. Portraits watched from dark frames. The carpet climbed in a broad red river toward bedrooms, drawing rooms, and galleries warmed by fire. Every surface reflected care. Every step appeared untouched by labor. Guests placed one hand lightly upon the rail and ascended without hurry. Silk whispered. Jewels caught the candlelight. Somewhere above, a piano began to play. Yet only a few paces away, almost concealed behind a narrow door, another staircase descended into shadow. It was steeper, plainer, and far less forgiving. Its walls were close. Its wood had been worn pale along the edges. There was no carpet to soften the foot, no portrait to witness the climb, no chandelier to scatter light across the landing. A single lamp might hang there, breathing weakly against the dark. The door to it was not meant to attract the eye, but behind that door, the true movement of the house continued. It is said that every great home contains a second home within it. One is built to be seen, the other is built to disappear. The grand staircase belonged to a rival. It announced wealth before a word was spoken. Its width allowed two people to pass without touching. Its curve invited the gaze upward. It transformed movement into ceremony. The servants' staircase was made for necessity. It linked attic rooms to basement passages. It carried coal upward and ashes down. It bore hot water, clean linen, chamber pots, trays, candles, boots, letters, brushes, flowers, and sometimes the weight of a servant, too tired to notice where one step ended and the next began. The two staircases lived beneath the same roof. Yet they belonged to different worlds. How many lives, one might wonder, could exist inside a single house, without ever truly meeting. Before sunrise, the answer began to move. A housemaid descended from the attic with her candle cupped against the darkness. The flame leaned as she turned upon the narrow landing. Behind her, other servants still slept beneath the sloping roof, though not for much longer. She knew every stair by touch. The fifth creaked near the wall. The ninth dipped slightly in the center. The final turn was steep enough that she placed one hand against the plaster when carrying water. No map recorded these details. No architect's drawing described how the staircase felt beneath tired feet. Such knowledge belonged only to those who used it before dawn, after midnight, and in every unseen hour between. Far below, the kitchen range waited to be awakened. Far above, the family slept. The maid continued downward. When morning reached the upper windows, the grand staircase began to glow. Sunlight touched the polished rail. Fresh flowers stood upon a table in the hall. A servant had already opened the shutters, swept the floor, and removed every trace of the previous evening. The family descended into a morning that appeared to have arranged itself. No one saw the maid who had climbed the hidden staircase carrying coal. No one heard the footman moving through the back passage with a tray. The work had vanished before it could be noticed. This was considered good service. The better the servants performed their duties, the less evidence they left behind. A fire burned, but no coal dust remained. A bath steamed, but no one witnessed the heavy cans raised through the house. Beds were made, boots shone, breakfast appeared, and the rooms seemed to possess an effortless grace. The servants' staircase made this illusion possible. It allowed labor to travel behind the walls. From basement to attic, narrow passages formed a secret circulation through the household. Green baize doors muffled sound. Back corridors curved around formal rooms. Service landings opened near bedrooms yet remained hidden from guests. The house was not only a home, it was a carefully arranged machine of visibility and concealment. Those upstairs saw what had been prepared. Those below understood what preparation required. At each landing, another rule seemed to wait. A servant must not block the way. A servant must step aside when an employer approached. A servant carrying a burden should make room for someone carrying nothing. Shoes must be quiet. Breath must be controlled. The face must remain composed, even when the arms trembled beneath the weight of a tray. If a maid encountered a member of the family unexpectedly, she might lower her eyes and press close to the wall. If space was too narrow, she might retreat to the previous landing rather than require the employer to pause. Such gestures were small, yet through repetition, they shaped the body. The shoulders learned to narrow. The footsteps learned to soften. The person learned to become less visible. Some believe architecture can teach obedience without speaking. A low ceiling bends the head. A narrow passage turns the body sideways. A hidden door reminds the hand that one entrance belongs to others. The servants' staircase gave its lessons patiently, one ascent at a time. During the afternoon, music drifted from the drawing room. A young maid passed behind the wall carrying folded linen. For several seconds, the melody travelled through the plaster and entered the staircase. It was faint, softened by distance, but beautiful enough to make her pause. She could not see the pianist. She could only hear the notes. Perhaps sunlight fell across the instrument. Perhaps guests sat nearby with tea cooling in delicate cups. Perhaps someone smiled. The maid stood within inches of that world, separated from it by timber, cloth, and custom. Then the bell sounded below. She continued upward. This nearness made the division more mysterious. The servants did not live in a separate village or distant quarter. They lived inside the same house. They passed behind the same rooms, warmed themselves from the same fires, and listened to the same storms against the windows. A maid might know the exact pattern of a lady's bedroom wallpaper, but never be invited to sit there. A footman might carry wine into a celebration without tasting a single glass. A cook might prepare a feast she would never see arranged upon the table. A servant could know the household intimately and remain a stranger within it. The staircase joined the two worlds physically while keeping them socially apart. It was both bridge and boundary. On evenings of great entertainment, this contradiction became even clearer. The grand staircase filled with light. Carriages arrived at the front entrance. Cloaks were taken, names were announced, guests ascended beneath chandeliers, while music, perfume, and laughter gathered above. Behind the hidden door, the servants' staircase filled with movement. Footmen climbed with wine, housemaids descended with used linens. Kitchen servants hurried upward with dishes whose heat faded by the moment. The steps carried urgency, though urgency could not be heard in the ballroom. A maid might pause at a service door and glimpse the celebration through a narrow opening. She would see shoulders draped in silk, candles reflected in mirrors, and dancers moving beneath the ceiling as though time itself had slowed for them. Then the door would close. Her own world would return, the narrow passage, the heavy tray, the next summons. Whispers tell us that servants sometimes learned the rhythms of dances they were never permitted to join. A melody repeated through the wall. A foot counted the beat while carrying glasses. A kitchen maid hummed the tune beside the scullery sink. The music entered their lives, but the occasion did not. This was how the house shared beauty unevenly. Some received the full light. Others received only the echo. As the years passed, the staircase recorded what written histories often ignored. The wood thinned, where countless heels had landed. The plaster darkened at the turn where shoulders brushed the wall. A banister became smooth beneath hands carrying burdens through darkness. No plaque named the servants who wore these marks into the house. No portrait preserved the maid who climbed 10,000 times between kitchen and bedroom. Yet the staircase remembered through damage. Every hollow was a small archive. Every worn edge held repetition. A servant might remain in the household for 1 year, 5 years, or most of a lifetime. Others came and vanished quickly. One maid replaced another. One footman inherited the room of the man before him. Their names changed, but their roots remained. Up from the basement, across the landing, through the green door, down again. The staircase outlasted them all. Perhaps this is why old service stairs carry such a different silence from grand ones. The grand staircase remembers occasions. The hidden staircase remembers endurance. One holds the trace of weddings, guests, and formal arrivals. The other holds the weight of water lifted in winter, coal carried before dawn, and weary feet climbing toward a cold attic after midnight. By then, the grand staircase had fallen still. The final guests had departed. Candles burned low in the hall, portraits returned to shadow. Above, the family slept beneath silk canopies and embroidered covers. Fires glowed faintly in bedroom grates. The polished rail reflected only the last lamp. But behind the narrow door, movement continued. A servant descended, carrying empty glasses. Another climbed to check a fire. A maid returned from the laundry passage with linen folded against her chest. Their steps were slower now. The day had entered their backs and shoulders. No one spoke above a whisper. One by one, duties ended. Doors were locked. Ashes were gathered. Lamps were lowered. At last, a housemaid began the long climb toward the attic. The hidden staircase rose before her in dim turns. She placed one hand upon the worn rail. Beneath her, the basement settled into darkness. Beyond the wall, the grand staircase remained empty and immaculate. For a moment, the two worlds rested side by side. One was remembered in photographs, invitations, and family stories. The other survived in scuffed wood, faded plaster, and the quiet knowledge of those who climbed when no one was watching. The maid reached the upper landing. Her candle passed beneath the low ceiling and disappeared. The staircase was left alone, yet it did not feel silent. It seemed to hold the breath of all who had crossed it. The young, the old, the hopeful, the homesick, those who stayed, and those who left without being remembered. Perhaps no staircase merely leads from one floor to another. Perhaps some descend into the hidden order of a world. Perhaps some rise toward rooms one may enter but never belong to. And perhaps, in the deepest hour of night, when the chandeliers are dark and the portraits can no longer see, the house remembers which staircase carried its beauty and which one carried its burden. One world slept, the other had only just stopped climbing. At the far end of the entrance hall, beyond the polished floor and the pale arrangement of flowers, there stood a door unlike the others. It carried no carved crest, No brass plate announced the room beyond. Its surface was covered in green baize, soft and dark, the color of moss beneath winter trees. Even in daylight, it seemed to hold a private dusk of its own. The fabric absorbed the glow of the chandeliers. It softened the touch of the hand, and when the door closed, the house changed. The piano became distant. Laughter thinned into a murmur. The delicate ringing of glass faded until it seemed to belong to another building, another life. On one side lay the bright hall, the broad staircase, the drawing rooms, and the calm ceremony of Victorian comfort. On the other waited a narrow passage where servants moved with lamps, brushes, trays, folded linen, and steaming vessels of water. Only the green door stood between them. It is said that some thresholds do more than divide one room from another. Some divide what may be seen from what must remain hidden. The door had been made carefully. Its hinges were fitted so that it would not complain when opened. Its edges met the frame closely. The baize cloth softened the small impact of wood against wood, and swallowed the sounds that might otherwise pass freely through the hall. It was practical, certainly. A large household was never truly silent. Pans struck against iron in the kitchen, coal shifted inside scuttles, water splashed into basins, boots crossed stone floors. Servants called softly to one another beneath the stairs. Somewhere, a maid shook out a cloth. Somewhere else, a footman lowered a tray upon a table. The hidden rooms of the house were filled with effort, rhythm, and breath. Yet upstairs, quiet was part of the beauty. A guest seated beside the drawing-room fire was not meant to hear the washing of dishes below. A gentleman reading in the library was not to be disturbed by the carrying of coal. A lady receiving callers should experience the house as a place of composure, where objects appeared at the proper hour and vanished when no longer wanted. The green baize door protected this illusion. It covered labor with silence. Beyond it, the house seemed effortless. Behind it, effort never ceased. In the morning, before the family had fully descended, the door opened and closed many times. A maid passed through carrying a vase of fresh flowers. Her shoes touched the floor lightly. She crossed the bright hall, replaced the fading arrangement upon the table, and returned with the old stems hidden against her apron. Another servant entered with a coal scuttle, moved toward the morning room, and disappeared before anyone came down the grand staircase. A footman crossed with letters resting upon a silver tray. Each journey was brief. The servants entered the visible world only long enough to alter it. Then the door received them again. No one was encouraged to remain beside it. A servant standing too long in the hall might be seen as careless, curious, or out of place. The threshold was not a place of rest. It was a crossing point, a narrow opening through which service moved into splendor and then withdrew. The door taught its lesson without words. Pass through, complete the task, return unseen. A young housemaid learned this on one of her first evenings in the household. She had been sent to collect a cup left upon a small table in the drawing room. Beyond the green door, someone was playing the piano. The music entered the passage only faintly, softened by cloth and distance, but the melody was tender enough to stop her hand before it reached the latch. For a moment, she listened. The corridor behind her was dim. A lamp burned low upon the wall. The scent of beeswax, damp wool, and warm metal rested in the air. Beyond the door, the music seemed to open into a wider world. She imagined the room without seeing it. Candles reflected in mirrors, curtains falling in heavy folds. A woman seated at the piano, her hands moving through the light. Perhaps someone stood beside the mantel. Perhaps tea cooled in painted cups. Perhaps no one spoke because the music had created a silence more beautiful than speech. The maid placed her palm against the green cloth. It was soft beneath her skin. For one breath, she remained between the two worlds. Then the music ended. She opened the door. Warm light entered the passage, in a narrow golden shape. The drawing room was just as she had imagined, and not as she had imagined at all. The ceiling seemed higher than expected. The fire was brighter. The air smelled faintly of perfume and smoke. No one looked directly at her. She lowered her eyes, crossed the carpet, collected the empty cup, and withdrew. The door closed behind her. The music returned as a murmur. The moment had passed. Whispers tell us that this was the strange intimacy of service, to enter rooms repeatedly without ever becoming part of them. Servants knew the arrangement of the furniture, the temperature preferred by each member of the family, the hour at which curtains should be drawn, and which chair belonged silently to whom. They knew where letters were left. They knew which guest took sugar. They knew who slept poorly, who disliked the cold, who rang twice when impatient, and who asked for nothing, even when unwell. Yet the household might know almost nothing of the servants in return. A maid could carry sorrow through the green door without leaving any trace of it upon her face. A footman might serve dinner while wondering whether a letter from home had arrived. A housekeeper might oversee the calm of the entire building while privately fearing illness, age, or dismissal. The servants were expected to understand the household completely. The household was not expected to understand them. This was one of the quieter contradictions hidden within the Victorian ideal of domestic order. The perfect home was praised as peaceful, graceful, and moral. It appeared protected from disorder. Meals arrived on time. Linen was clean. Fires were bright. Rooms remained fragrant and composed. But perfection did not arise naturally. It was carried in pails. It was scrubbed from floors. It was lifted up narrow stairs. It was polished by tired hands, until silver reflected the candles of those who would never see the darkness in which it had been cleaned. Good service demanded that the evidence of work disappear. The crumbs must be removed before they were noticed. The ashes must be cleared before the room cooled. The servant must enter without disturbing conversation and leave before curiosity turned toward the person performing the task. The green door was part of this arrangement. It concealed not only sound, but cause. On the bright side, comfort appeared complete. On the dim side, comfort was still being made. During large dinners, the door became almost restless. It opened. A tray passed through. It closed. A servant returned with empty glasses. It opened again. More candles were carried toward the dining room. It closed once more. Each movement resembled the turning of a secret page, revealing one world for only a moment, before hiding it again. Beyond the door, silver flashed beneath candlelight. Guests leaned toward one another in conversation. Wine gathered darkly in crystal. The table seemed like a calm island untouched by effort. Behind the door, the passage tightened with movement. A maid waited for room to pass. A footman checked the balance of a dish. Someone whispered that more plates were required. From farther below came the softened breath of the kitchen, where heat, steam, and preparation continued beneath the ceremony upstairs. The baize absorbed the noise between them. Perhaps that was its deepest purpose. Not merely to protect the guests from clatter, but to prevent one world from hearing too clearly how the other survived. The separation, however, was never complete. Smells travelled. Music passed faintly through the cloth. Light escaped each time the door opened. A servant might carry away a fragment of conversation. A guest might briefly glimpse a tired face in the passage. The two worlds touched constantly, though they were arranged to pretend otherwise. The door did not erase connection. It only controlled how long connection could remain visible. By late evening, the green cloth had been touched by many hands. Some wore gloves. Some were red from water. Some carried rings. Some carried the faint marks of ash, polish, or kitchen heat. The same surface received them all, yet the meaning of the door changed according to the person crossing it. For the family, it was the edge of service. For the servants, it was the edge of exposure. To pass outward meant entering a room where posture, expression, and silence mattered. To pass inward meant returning to the practical world of instruction, fatigue, and brief companionship. Neither side belonged entirely to them. The servants' passage was not truly private. It was governed by the needs of the house. The grand rooms were not theirs at all, and so the green door did not simply separate servants from employers. It held the servants between belonging and exclusion. They knew the house too intimately to be strangers, yet they possessed too little of it to call it home. After midnight, The door finally grew still. The guests had departed. The drawing-room fire lowered into red embers. Half-burned candles stood upon the mantel. A forgotten glass rested near the piano. The silver had been carried away to be cleaned before morning. Behind the door, the corridor was nearly dark. One servant passed through for the last time, holding a small lamp. She checked that the hall was quiet, then drew the door gently closed. The latch settled. Silence gathered on both sides. In that hour, the baize cloth could be seen more clearly. It had faded near the edge, where thousands of fingers had touched it. The green had thinned to a softer shade. Along one lower corner, the fabric bore a slight wear from trays, sleeves, and the repeated brushing of bodies moving quickly through the narrow opening. No ledger recorded those touches. No portrait preserved the hands. Yet the cloth had received them patiently. Young maids arriving from distant villages, footmen in formal livery, housekeepers carrying keys, servants leaving after dismissal, servants remaining until age bent their backs. All had crossed beneath the same silent command: do not linger, do not disturb, do not be seen more than necessary. The house slept. Beyond the door, one world rested beneath embroidered covers and heavy curtains. Behind it, another world climbed toward attic rooms, carrying fatigue through the darkness. The green barrier remained between them, soft, ordinary, and almost sacred in its silence. Perhaps it was never merely a door. Perhaps it was a veil drawn across the true workings of the house. Perhaps every touch upon its faded cloth was a small request to pass between lives. And perhaps, beneath the silence, the door remembered what the rooms around it had forgotten: the warmth of countless palms, the weight of hurried shoulders, and the quiet presence of those who crossed it thousands of times without ever fully belonging on either side. Before sunrise, the great house belonged to darkness. Its windows held no reflection but the faint blue of the sleeping sky. Curtains remained drawn across bedrooms and drawing rooms. The fires in the grates had fallen to ash. Along the corridors, carpets rested beneath the stillness, untouched by footsteps. Silver waited in shadow. Clocks moved quietly behind glass. From the road beyond the gates, the house might have seemed entirely abandoned. No lamp shone beneath the entrance portico. No smoke rose from the chimneys. No voice travelled through the walls. The building stood beneath the last stars, like some vast and ancient creature not yet awakened, its stone face pale beneath the moon, its many rooms sealed within a single slow breath. Then, far below stairs, a match was struck. For an instant, the darkness opened. A small flame trembled between two hands, gold against the cold blue chamber. It leaned toward the wick of a candle, caught there, and rose. The hidden day had begun. It is said that every great house woke twice. The first awakening belonged to the servants. The second belonged to everyone else. High beneath the roof, where narrow attic rooms pressed close beneath the sloping tiles, a kitchen maid opened her eyes before the bell. She had learned to wake in darkness. There was no clock beside her bed, only the memory of hours held within the body. The cold told her how long remained before dawn. The silence told her whether the others had begun to stir. Somewhere beyond the small window, the sky was changing, though the room itself remained nearly black. She pushed aside the blanket. The floor beneath her feet was cold enough to draw the last warmth from sleep. Around her, the attic chamber held the few objects that belonged to her alone: a folded dress, a wooden box, a comb, a letter tucked beneath a prayer book. For a moment, she stood among these quiet fragments of herself. Then she lit the candle. The flame revealed the low ceiling and the pale cloud of her breath. Behind another door, a housemaid fastened her dress. Farther along the passage, someone coughed softly. The servants rose without conversation, each entering the day before there was enough light to see another face clearly. They began the descent. The attic stairs curved downward through the sleeping house. Candle flames drifted along the walls. Skirts brushed wood. Hands found banisters worn smooth by those who had made the same journey before them. Down from the roof, past the narrow landing, behind the green baize door. toward the basement, where the coldest and most necessary rooms waited. The scullery maid reached the stone floor first. It held the night within it. The chill passed through the soles of her shoes and settled into her feet. Around her, pots, pails, brushes, and cloths rested where they had been left only a few hours earlier. The air carried the faint smell of damp stone, old smoke, soap, and iron. The range was dark. It seemed almost impossible that this cold black mouth would soon warm water, bake bread, boil kettles, and send heat through the hidden arteries of the household. Yet the maid knelt before it. She gathered the kindling. She placed the coal. She struck another match. The first fire of morning did not roar. It began with a whisper. A small orange tongue touched the dry wood. Smoke curled inward. The flame weakened, returned, and slowly took hold. The maid watched carefully. Fire, like the house, had to be persuaded awake. Elsewhere, the kitchen maid uncovered bowls and checked what had been prepared the evening before. Bread waited beneath cloth. Crockery stood upon shelves. Knives lay in their places beside the worn table. Soon there would be water to draw, vegetables to trim, tea to measure, and breakfast dishes to arrange. But first came the range. The blackened iron was cleaned and polished with dark lead until its surface took on a muted shine. Ash was gathered from the grate. Yesterday's smoke was wiped away to make room for today's. These tasks were repeated so often that they became almost ceremonial. Brush, wipe, lift, carry, return. The hands knew the order, even when the mind remained half inside sleep. Above, the housemaid began her own procession. She carried brushes, cloths, and a small coal scuttle through the silent corridor. The light from her candle moved ahead of her, touching doors, picture frames, and the polished edges of furniture. Each room had slept differently. In one chamber, the fire was entirely cold. In another, one ember remained beneath the ash, red as a hidden eye. She knelt before the grate and began to clear it. Ash rose softly around her hands. Soot settled upon her sleeve. She worked without haste, but with the quiet precision required before the family stirred. The old coal was removed. The iron was cleaned. Paper and kindling were arranged. Fresh coal was placed above them carefully, like dark stones upon a small altar. When the match was applied, flame passed through the paper and caught upon the wood. A pale warmth entered the room. The maid remained only long enough to be certain it would endure. Then she moved to the next chamber. It was a strange kind of guardianship. She entered rooms while their occupants slept behind curtains or closed doors. She warmed spaces before anyone felt cold. She removed the remains of yesterday before anyone saw them. She carried away ash, dust, and the faint evidence that comfort required constant renewal. The sleeping family rarely knew how close she had come. A gentleman might wake to a bright grate and imagine the fire had simply survived the night. A lady might step from bed into a room already softened by warmth. A child might open its eyes to curtains drawn back from the morning sky. The labor disappeared into the result. This was the first mystery of the household. The more completely the servants transformed the house, the less the transformation could be seen. Beneath the silence, water began to move. A pump creaked in the basement. Pails were filled. Kettles were placed upon the range. Steam gathered slowly against copper and iron. When the water was hot, it was poured into heavy cans and carried upward. The servants' staircase received the weight. Arms tightened around handles. Steps were taken carefully in the darkness. The water moved from basement to bedroom as though following an invisible river through the house. A maid climbed with one can in each hand. At the landing, she paused, not because the work was finished, but because the weight had entered her shoulders. She listened for footsteps above, then continued. No drop should spill upon the carpet. No metal should strike the wall. No sound should disturb the sleepers whose comfort she carried. The cans reached the bedroom doors. Water was poured into jugs and basins. Steam rose toward mirrors, touching them with mist. Soon, someone would wash in warmth and never see the cold stone floor where that warmth had begun. Whispers tell us that servants measured morning not by clocks alone, but by transformations, the range breathing steadily. the first kettle singing, the grates relit, the boots lined clean beside the passage. The shutters opened, the breakfast room prepared. Time was known through repetition. The housemaid understood that dawn was near when the darkness behind the curtains became faintly grey. The kitchen maid sensed the hour when the bread began to release its warm scent. The footman knew morning had advanced when polished silver started to catch light from the windows. Their bodies became instruments of the household. Hands learned heat, ears learned distance, feet remembered every stair. The day entered them before it entered the rooms above. At the servants' table, there might be a brief cup of tea taken quickly, while standing or between duties. Conversation remained low. The bellboard waited nearby. No rest was entirely free from listening. A spoon touched a cup. A chair shifted. Then someone rose again. Boots had to be cleaned before they were required. Mud from the previous day was brushed away. Leather was polished until it reflected the small flame of the lamp. Each pair belonged to a different person, and each carried the shape of its owner more faithfully than a portrait might. A gentleman's boots, broad and carefully made. A child's shoes, worn at the toes. A lady's walking boots, still marked with pale earth from the garden. The servant handled these intimate traces without comment. The dirt was removed. The leather shone. The path that had been walked disappeared. In the breakfast room, another ritual unfolded. The cloth was laid. Chairs were placed. China emerged from cupboards. Silver was arranged in precise relation to plate and cup. The room had been cold and dim only an hour before. Now the fire glowed. Curtains stood open. The table waited beneath the first light. Beyond the windows, the garden slowly returned from darkness. Branches became visible. The lawn gathered colour. Mist rested upon the earth like a veil not yet lifted. One by one, the stars faded. The great house began to appear complete. Its corridors were swept. Its fires were awake. Its silver held the dawn. Tea leaves met hot water. The fragrance rose from the pot and passed into the room. A tray was prepared for a bedroom above. Cup, saucer, spoon, small jug, folded cloth. Each object rested exactly where it should. The tray was lifted. The servant climbed. At the bedroom door, she paused and listened. Within, the faint movement of blankets. A breath. Perhaps the creak of the bed. The household's second awakening was near. She entered quietly. The curtains were opened. Pale light crossed the room. Tea was placed beside the bed. To the sleeper, morning arrived gently. Warmth, light, and the familiar scent of tea. It seemed natural. It seemed inevitable. Yet every part of it had been carried there. The warmth had risen from coal. The water had been drawn in cold darkness. The cup had been washed, dried and placed. The curtains had been touched by hands already marked with soot. Morning did not enter the house by itself. It had been made, and still, no sign of its making was allowed to remain. Ash was hidden. Pails were returned. Brushes vanished into cupboards. Footprints were removed from the floor. Aprons were changed if stained. A servant who had awakened the room must not stand within it when the family began the day. This was the quiet sorrow beneath the wonder. The servants created the appearance of ease, yet ease required their own presence to disappear. They were closest to the moment of transformation and least likely to be remembered within it. The fire was praised for its warmth. The silver was admired for its shine. The breakfast was judged by its taste. The room was considered pleasant, but the hands that brought these things into being withdrew behind the door. It is said that invisibility can become a kind of perfection. When nothing is forgotten, when no object is misplaced, when no delay interrupts the ritual of comfort, the servant's work seems to vanish entirely. Only failure becomes visible. A cold room, an empty jug, a late tray, a mark upon a boot. Then, suddenly, someone remembers that labor exists. But on a morning such as this, no failure appeared. The house awakened smoothly. Bedroom bells began to tremble. Doors opened. Voices moved through the upper corridors. The family descended into warmth and light. Below stairs, the servants continued. More water was required. The breakfast dishes would soon return. Beds awaited stripping and making, Ash would gather again. Dust would settle again. The work that had been completed was already beginning to undo itself. Yet for one moment, beside the kitchen range, a maid became still. The fire had strengthened. It breathed through the iron bars with a low red glow. Copper reflected its light. Steam moved upward in slow white ribbons. Around her, the day continued. Someone crossed the passage with a tray. A kettle shifted. A distant bell sounded. But the maid watched the flame for one quiet breath. Perhaps it reminded her of something older than service. A hearth at home. A winter morning in another house. A mother's hands near a smaller fire. Or perhaps she thought of nothing at all. Perhaps she only felt the warmth upon her face after the long, cold hour before dawn. Above, embroidered blankets were folded back. Feet touched rugs warmed by newly lit fires. Tea was lifted toward waking lips. The house had drawn its first full breath. Its rooms glowed. Its chimneys began to send smoke into the brightening sky. From beyond the gates, one might have believed the household had awakened naturally, as flowers open or birds begin to sing. But beneath that morning rested another morning, hidden and nearly complete before the first visible life began. A match in the darkness, cold feet upon stone, hands blackened by soot, water lifted through silent passages. Perhaps every beautiful awakening contains an unseen vigil. Perhaps every room that seems to welcome the dawn has been prepared by someone who entered before the light. And perhaps the house, for all its portraits, clocks, and carefully guarded memory, never truly knew who gave it breath. The maid turned from the range. The flame continued without her. Above, the family began its day. Below, the servants had already lived through the first sacred hours of it. Before dawn, when the great house still rested beneath a veil of blue shadow, a copper jug waited beside the basement pump. Its surface was dim with age. The handle had been polished not by ceremony, but by the repeated touch of working hands. Around it, the stone floor held the cold of the night. Pipes disappeared into darkness. A faint smell of iron, damp walls, ash, and soap lingered beneath the low ceiling. No window admitted the morning. Only a small lamp burned near the range. A servant bent over the pump and began to draw water. The handle moved slowly at first, answering with a deep wooden creak. Somewhere beneath the floor, unseen water stirred. Then it rose, clear and cold, falling into the waiting vessel with a hollow silver sound. The jug grew heavier. The servant placed both hands around it. Nearby, water already warming over the fire released a pale ribbon of steam. It drifted upward, curling through the dim chamber like a spirit waking from an old well. For a moment, the maid watched it rise. Then she lifted the vessel. The long climb had begun. It is said that the smallest comforts often carry the greatest invisible weight. A warm basin beside a bed, a bath filled before evening, a jug of fresh water placed beneath a clean towel. These things appeared quietly in the bedrooms above, as natural as morning light or fire upon the hearth. They seemed to belong to the room itself, yet every drop had travelled. It had been drawn from a pump, heated over flame, poured into metal, lifted by hand, carried through passages, raised up narrow stairs, and delivered before the person waiting above had reason to wonder where it came from. Water did not move through the Victorian household by magic. It moved through bodies. The maid crossed the basement passage carefully, her shoes pressed against cold stone. The copper vessel pulled downward upon her arms. Steam touched her face, then vanished into the darkness behind her. Ahead stood the servants' staircase, steep and narrow, its edges softened by years of footsteps. She placed one foot upon the first step, then another. The jug shifted slightly. She tightened her hands around the handle. A single careless movement could spill the water, stain the wall, burn her wrist, or force her to begin again. The task required strength, but also silence. The household above was sleeping, and even labour performed for comfort must not disturb it. She climbed. The water moved within the jug, pressing from side to side with each step. Its weight was never still. It seemed to possess a rhythm of its own, resisting the body carrying it. By the first landing, the maid's shoulders had begun to ache. By the second, the heat of the handle entered her palms. She paused only long enough to listen. No bedroom door opened, no bell rang. She continued upward. Whispers tell us that servants learned the geography of a house through burden. A staircase felt different when carrying coal. A corridor lengthened when crossed with a tray. A door became more difficult when one hand held linen and the other supported a vessel of hot water. The maid knew where the floor dipped near the passage wall. She knew which turn required the jug to be lifted higher. She knew the stair that creaked, the latch that resisted, and the landing where cold air entered through a narrow window. Such knowledge was not written in household books. It entered the muscles. It remained in the wrists, the back, and the careful placement of the feet. The house was learned not through rooms, but through weight. At the top of the stairs, the passage opened into a softer darkness. The carpets began here. Paintings hung upon the walls. Doors stood at measured intervals, each leading into a private chamber where another person slept beneath blankets and curtains. The maid's breath had quickened, but her footsteps slowed. This was the world of quiet. She approached the first door and stopped. There were rules for entering. One must knock softly. One must wait. One must listen for permission or for the silence that had been understood as permission. The housemaid knew which doors could be opened at once and which demanded greater caution. She knew which guest woke early, which one slept late, and which complained if water arrived even slightly cooled. The room beyond belonged to an elderly lady who preferred her washing water before the curtains were opened. The maid knocked. No answer came. She waited, then she entered. The chamber smelled faintly of lavender, dying fire, and sleep. Heavy curtains covered the windows. The air was cool. On the washstand stood a white porcelain basin, decorated with small blue flowers. The maid lifted the jug and poured. Water met porcelain with a low, gentle sound. Steam rose into the room. It touched the mirror, veiling the glass. For a moment, the maid's reflection appeared and disappeared within the mist. She set the jug down. The room was transformed by only a small degree. Warmth gathered above the basin. The scent of soap waited nearby. The comfort had arrived. Yet no one spoke. The sleeper did not stir. The maid withdrew as quietly as she had entered. Soon, the lady would wake and place her hands into the warm water. She might notice if it was too hot or too cold. She might ring if the towel had been folded incorrectly. But if everything had been done well, the journey would remain unseen. The cold basement, the smoking range, the heavy ascent, the burning handle, all of it would disappear into the simple pleasure of warmth. This was the strange alchemy of service. Labor became comfort. Weight became ease. Effort became silence. The housemaid returned below with the empty vessel, but water was never carried only once. Morning required repeated journeys, fresh jugs for bedrooms, hot cans for bathing, water for washing floors, polishing surfaces, cleaning linen, rinsing china, scrubbing pots, and preparing food. The household consumed water as steadily as it consumed coal and candlelight. Each use demanded another journey. At the pump, the scullery maid worked with sleeves pushed back from her wrists. Cold water splashed onto her hands. Her skin reddened, then paled. Nearby, kettles warmed over the range. Steam gathered against the ceiling and returned as droplets upon the stone walls. In winter, the contrast between hot and cold entered the body sharply. One moment, hands were plunged into icy water. The next, they hovered near scalding steam. The skin cracked, fingers stiffened. Yet the vessels continued to fill. It is said that water remembers every shape it enters. The iron kettle, the copper can, the porcelain jug, the bath lined with enamel, the basin beside a bed. It takes the form of each one and then leaves without keeping any form at all. So too, perhaps, did the servants shape themselves around the needs of the house. They became quieter in upper corridors, faster in service passages, stronger upon the stairs, smaller when an employer approached. Their lives adjusted to whatever vessel duty required. By mid-morning, the house had fully awakened. Bedroom doors stood open. Curtains had been drawn back. Voices travelled along the upper passage. The maid carried 2 cans now, one in each hand. The weight pulled evenly upon her shoulders, though evenly did not mean lightly. Her arms remained close to her body. Her steps were deliberate. She had learned that balance was a form of patience. Move too quickly, and the water struck the sides. Turn too sharply, and it spilled. Climb carelessly, and heat touched the skin. The journey required a calm stronger than haste. At one landing, a gentleman appeared unexpectedly. The maid stopped. There was little space. Though she carried the greater burden, she stepped aside. She pressed near the wall, holding both cans steady while he passed. He gave the smallest nod, or perhaps no acknowledgement at all. Then he continued downward. The maid resumed her climb. The water remained warm. The moment remained unspoken. Within such gestures lived another contradiction of the household. Those carrying nothing were given space. Those carrying everything learned to disappear. In the bathing room, the cans were emptied into a deep tub, one vessel, then another. The water rose only slightly. More would be needed. The maid descended again. The bath would appear luxurious when complete. Warm water, fragrant soap, folded towels, perhaps a screen placed near the fire. Yet the fullness of the tub concealed the number of journeys required to create it. Each inch of warmth had been lifted from below. Each cloud of steam carried the trace of an aching arm. The person who entered the bath might close their eyes and feel the day soften around them. Far beneath, another can was already being filled. Water passed through every intimate chamber of life. It washed faces, still marked by sleep. It warmed the ill. It cleaned blood from linen. It rinsed mud from boots and tears from cheeks. It carried the scent of lavender, rose, starch, soap, coal, and human skin. Servants touched the vessels that held these private traces. They emptied basins, changed water, carried away what others no longer wished to see. They entered bedrooms after illness. They cleaned bathing rooms after use. They knew who required extra hot water, who avoided cold washing, who left medicine beside the basin, and who sat awake long after the candle had burned low. Their labor was intimate. Their relationship was not. The maid might carry away the water in which a lady had washed her face, yet never be asked how her own hands had become so red. She might prepare a bath for someone grieving, never knowing the full cause of the sorrow. She moved close to the body of private life, while remaining outside its acknowledged circle. The water connected them, but only briefly. Then it was poured away. By afternoon, the passages had warmed. Sunlight reached the upper windows. The silver on the dressing tables shone. Clean linen lay folded. Porcelain gleamed. There was little evidence of the morning's labor. No steam remained upon the mirrors. No droplets marked the carpet. No vessel stood where it should not. The house seemed dry, ordered, and complete. Only below stairs did the movement continue. Dirty water returned in pails. Basins were emptied. Cloths were rinsed. The wash-house filled with damp heat. Water that had risen clean and warm descended clouded with soap, ash, dust, and the faint remains of human life. This was its second journey. Upward as service, downward as waste. Nothing in the polished rooms above revealed the cycle, but the servants knew it well. Water never truly arrived. It only passed through. As evening gathered, the household required warmth again. Water for dressing, water for washing before dinner, water for kitchen work, water for the final cleaning after plates had been cleared. The maid's hands had swollen slightly. Heat had reddened the palms. Cold had stiffened the fingers. The copper handles left pale marks where pressure had rested. Still, the vessels were lifted. There was always one more room, one more basin, one more journey through darkness. Late at night, the wash-house finally grew quiet. Moonlight entered through a high, narrow window, touching the stone floor with a pale rectangular glow. Empty jugs and cans rested upside down upon a wooden bench. Their open mouths faced the darkness. Drops clung to their rims, gathering slowly. The maid stood near the basin. Her sleeves were damp. Her hands were red from heat and cold. The the skin tender around the knuckles. She placed them briefly against the edge of the stone, feeling its coolness. Above her, the bath had been enjoyed and forgotten. The water had soothed tired limbs, warmed a private chamber, and disappeared down the household's hidden paths. No one remembered the exact warmth. No one counted the stairs. No one heard the servant pause upon the landing. The comfort had passed. Only the body that carried it retained the journey. A final drop formed beneath the rim of an overturned jug. It grew slowly, holding the moonlight within it. For a moment, it trembled. Then it fell. The sound was small, a clear note against the empty basin. Almost like a bell, the maid lifted her head. Though no summons had been made, silence returned. Perhaps water remembers what houses forget. Perhaps it carries the warmth of one room into the darkness of another. Perhaps every drop, once lifted by unseen hands, holds the shape of a vanished effort. And perhaps, in the deepest hours, when the vessels are empty and the stairs are still, one last echo remains within the stone chamber. Not the sound of water being poured, not the sound of command, only the quiet memory of strength passing upward, one careful step at a time. Beside a single candle, a ring of iron keys rested upon a dark wooden table. Some were long and narrow, their teeth delicate as the edge of an ancient script. Others were broad and heavy, shaped for doors thick enough to resist damp, cold, and curious hands. One had been worn smooth near the bow. Another carried a faint bloom of rust. A third was almost black with age. The candle flame leaned whenever the night air moved beneath the door. Light passed over the keys and withdrew. For a moment, they resembled small instruments from a forgotten ceremony, each one fashioned to open not merely a lock, but a hidden chamber of the house. The linen press, the tea cupboard, the preserve room, the silver closet, the wine cellar, the store of soap, candles, sugar, and starch. Some opened doors that junior servants were never permitted to enter alone. Others guarded objects so ordinary that their value might be difficult to understand now. Yet, in a world where every pound of tea was measured, every candle counted, and every sheet expected to endure through years of washing, nothing was truly ordinary. The question waited in the candlelight. What kind of power could be held in such simple pieces of iron? Before dawn, the housekeeper reached for them. The keys rose from the table with a low metallic murmur. She fastened the ring at her waist, where it settled against the dark fabric of her dress. Then she opened the door. It is said that in a great household, some people were known by their voices, some by their footsteps, and some by the sound of what they carried. The housekeeper was often announced by keys. Their rhythm travelled ahead of her through the passage, a muted chime of iron touching iron, steady and restrained. Junior servants heard it and straightened. A maid carrying linen moved aside. A kitchen girl lowered her voice. The sound was not loud. It did not need to be. Within those keys rested permission. They opened what others could not open. They revealed what others were trusted only to carry after it had been measured and assigned. The housekeeper began her morning rounds while the upper rooms remained asleep. Her first key opened the linen room. The lock turned with quiet resistance. The door moved inward, releasing the dry fragrance of lavender, starch, wood, and cloth. Inside, shelves rose from floor to ceiling. Sheets lay folded into pale rectangles. Pillowcases were stacked by size. Towels rested in disciplined rows. Table linen waited beneath cloth covers, protected from dust and careless hands. The room appeared calm, almost sacred. Nothing seemed hurried there, yet each piece of linen carried a long history of labor. Cotton had been spun and woven. Fabric had been cut, stitched, marked, washed, boiled, dried, pressed, folded, repaired, and returned to its place. A sheet might pass through generations of guests without ever being considered beyond a single night's comfort. The housekeeper considered it. She knew which linen was new, which was thinning, which had been mended near the hem, and which should no longer be placed in a principal bedroom. She ran one hand along the edge of a folded stack. A count existed in her memory. Nothing should be missing. Nothing should be wasted. The key turned again when she left, sealing the pale order behind wood and iron. The next door guarded tea and sugar. To modern eyes, such caution might seem strange. But tea had once crossed oceans before reaching the household cupboard. Sugar arrived through distant labor and trade, transformed into small white crystals that could be weighed, counted, and watched. The housekeeper opened the cupboard and examined its contents. Tin canisters stood beside jars. Labels were written in careful script. A small scale waited upon the shelf. The air held the faint fragrance of dried leaves, sweet spice, and old timber. She measured what the kitchen would require. Not too much, not too little. The household must appear generous, but generosity itself was managed. The family might speak of abundance in the dining room, yet below stairs abundance passed through locked doors. Tea for breakfast, sugar for preserves, candles for the bedrooms, soap for washing, starch for collars and cuffs. Each item seemed small when held alone. Together, they formed the hidden economy of the house. Whispers tell us that the housekeeper carried this economy not only in ledgers, but within her thoughts. She remembered what had been used during the previous week. She noticed when candles shortened too quickly. She knew how much soap should remain after washing day, and how many jars of preserves ought to survive the winter. Her memory was another kind of key. It opened patterns. A missing spoon, an unexplained tear in linen, sugar used too freely, a cupboard found imperfectly closed. These details might mean carelessness, hunger, accident, or theft. Yet within the strict order of the household, suspicion could grow from the smallest absence. Servants lived close to wealth, but did not possess it. They handled silver, clothing, jewelry, wine, food, letters, and intimate belongings. Their nearness required trust. Their position also invited doubt. The locked door protected the household's goods, but it also cast a quiet shadow over those kept outside it. If a cupboard required a key, then someone must not be trusted. If a room was sealed, then someone might enter without permission. The lock became both protection and accusation. The housekeeper stood between these meanings. She was expected to trust those beneath her, while proving worthy of trust herself. If an item disappeared, questions might rise toward her. Had she counted incorrectly? Had she failed to secure the door? Had she favored one servant? Had she concealed something? Authority did not free her from scrutiny. It placed her nearer to it. The key ring at her waist announced command, but also responsibility. Every lock she opened could become a door through which blame entered. The preserve room lay farther along the passage. Here, jars stood in dim rows upon stone shelves. Summer fruit had been sealed beneath wax and cloth. Plum, gooseberry, currant, apple, perhaps apricot if the household was fortunate. The room smelled of sugar, vinegar, spice, and cool stone. The jars glowed faintly when the candle passed before them, holding the colors of vanished seasons. Within each vessel, summer had been made to wait. The housekeeper examined the seals. A jar improperly closed could spoil. A crack might admit air. A damp shelf could stain labels and rot wood. Preservation required vigilance. Perhaps this was why the room suited her. Much of her life was devoted to preventing quiet loss. Linen must not yellow. Food must not spoil. Silver must not tarnish. Servants must not become careless. The house itself must not reveal how fragile its order truly was. She locked the door behind her. The keys sounded again. At the wine cellar, the air changed. The steps descended toward deeper cold. Stone walls gathered moisture. Bottles rested in shadow, each lying at a careful angle beneath dust. The butler might govern much of this realm in a larger household, yet the housekeeper understood the borders of its secrecy. Wine carried another form of wealth. Bottles could be consumed, sold, hidden, diluted, or replaced. A missing bottle was not simply an absence. It could become evidence of moral failure. Victorian households often judged servants not only for what they did, but for what their actions were believed to reveal about character. A stolen spoon suggested dishonesty. A drink taken without permission suggested weakness. A late return suggested disorder. A broken dish might become carelessness rather than fatigue. Small acts were interpreted as signs of the soul. The housekeeper knew how dangerous such interpretations could become. She had seen servants dismissed for suspicion alone. She had heard references weakened by phrases too polite to name an accusation directly. She understood that one doubtful moment could follow a young maid beyond the household gate. Yet she also understood the fear of loss. Her position required her to guard what did not belong to her from those who, like her, owned very little. This was the contradiction carried in every key. The housekeeper was a servant, yet she commanded servants. She lived below the family, yet she stood above much of the staff. She was trusted with private abundance, yet she could take none of it with her. Her authority was real within the passage, the linen room, the still room, and the servants' hall. Beyond the gates, it diminished. The keys opened many doors, but only beneath another family's roof. One key led to a small chamber filled with objects no longer useful, but not yet discarded. Broken china rested inside wooden crates. A clock without hands leaned against the wall. Old ledgers lay beneath dust. Tarnished candlesticks waited beside faded curtains, and a child's chair missing one rung. The room seemed to exist outside the house's ordinary time. Objects entered it after losing their purpose. Some might be repaired, some might be sold. Most simply waited. The housekeeper stepped inside. Her candle revealed fragments of earlier rooms, earlier meals, and perhaps earlier generations. A chipped bowl once used at breakfast, a curtain that had framed a nursery window, an account book written by a housekeeper before her. She opened the ledger carefully. The handwriting was narrow and faded. Rows of figures recorded soap, flour, candles, linen, and wages. No private thoughts appeared. No dreams. No mention of loneliness, illness, affection, or fear. Only quantities. Still, the pages carried a presence. Another woman had once held keys in the same house. Another had counted, guarded, corrected, and remembered. Perhaps she too had stood in this forgotten room, wondering how much of her life would remain after the final inventory was closed. The current housekeeper, then the door was locked again. By afternoon, the keys had opened and closed a dozen fragments of the household's hidden world. A cupboard of cleaning materials, a room of spare blankets, a drawer containing fine table linen, a cabinet where medicines or cordials were kept beyond casual reach. Each lock defined a boundary. Each boundary declared that some things could be touched only by permission. The housekeeper moved through them with practiced certainty, yet the keys did not make the objects hers. She might know every shelf more intimately than the mistress of the house. She might notice when a jar was moved, when a folded cloth was disturbed, when the scent of a cupboard changed. But knowledge was not possession. Custody was not ownership. The linen would remain if she left. The silver would be handed to another. The keys themselves would pass to the next woman appointed to keep them. This understanding softened her authority with melancholy. At times, a young servant might look at the ring with awe. The keys seemed to promise advancement, dignity, perhaps even security. To carry them was to be trusted, to be obeyed, to hold the hidden map of the house. But the housekeeper knew another truth. The more keys one carried, the more doors one was responsible for keeping closed. Power and confinement could share the same ring. As evening settled, the household's abundance emerged from its locked chambers. Candles were distributed. Fresh linen was carried upward. Tea was measured. Preserves appeared upon the supper table. The objects left their cupboards, passed through many hands, and entered the visible life of the family. Few upstairs considered the keys that had released them. A candle was simply lit. A sheet was simply clean. Sugar simply waited in its bowl. The locked rooms disappeared behind the comfort they supplied. The housekeeper continued her rounds. She checked that doors had been secured, stores returned, and counts remembered. Her keys grew heavier as the day entered her body. By night, the metal had left a faint pressure against her waist. The sound that had announced authority in the morning now seemed quieter, almost weary. At last, she entered her own room. It was not large. A bed stood against the wall. A washstand held a basin. A chair waited beside a small table. Perhaps there was a framed picture, a Bible, a letter, or a keepsake concealed within a drawer. The room was hers in a limited sense. She slept there. She kept a few private objects there. Yet even this chamber belonged ultimately to the household. It had been assigned. It could be reassigned. No key on her ring opened a place entirely beyond another person's claim. She unfastened the keys. For the first time since dawn, their weight left her body. She placed them beside the candle. Iron touched wood with a soft, final sound. The keys lay motionless. The linen room remained locked. The tea cupboard was secure. The preserves rested in darkness. The old ledgers waited beneath dust. For a few hours, the secrets of the house no longer hung from her waist. She loosened her collar and sat beside the bed. In the silence, the keys seemed smaller than they had in the morning. Ordinary pieces of iron, nothing more. And yet she knew each one by touch. Even in darkness, she could identify the long key to the linen press, the broad one to the store cupboard, the worn one that resisted before turning. She knew every door. She knew what waited behind each. She knew what was counted, what was hidden, what was preserved, and what had been forgotten. Perhaps this was the deepest form of keeping, not locking objects away, but carrying the entire unseen order of the house within memory. The candle shortened. Its flame trembled across the iron. Soon the housekeeper would sleep, and the keys would remain beside her like a ring of silent questions. Did they represent trust, authority, suspicion, duty, or only the burden of guarding a world that would never become her own? Perhaps they were never meant to answer. Some doors reveal only another door beyond them. Some forms of power shine only inside borrowed walls, and some keepers spend their lives opening every chamber but the one in which they might finally belong. The candle went out. Darkness covered the keys. Still, even without light, the housekeeper knew exactly where they rested, and exactly what each one could open. By evening, the great dining room had become a chamber of light. Candles rose from silver branches along the table. Their flames reflected again and again in crystal glasses, polished spoons, and the dark sheen of the windows. White porcelain rested upon linen smooth as untouched snow. Flowers opened gently in the center, carrying the faint scent of another season into the room. Everything had been arranged with such care that the table appeared almost still enough to be sacred. No crumb disturbed the cloth. No glass stood out of line. No chair waited at the wrong angle. Beyond the closed doors, servants moved through the passages, but within the dining room there was only calm. The silver seemed to have polished itself. The fire seemed to have chosen its own warmth. Wine waited as though it had risen silently from the earth and entered the crystal without ever passing through human hands. Above stairs, the table rested like a still lake of abundance. Far below, beneath a ceiling darkened by smoke, another table waited. It was narrower. Its wood was plain and scarred. The chairs did not match. One leg had been repaired long ago. Along the center stood a simple jug, a loaf of bread, and plates that carried no painted crest. A candle burned near the wall, its light too small to reach every face. This was the servants' table. Between the two tables lay staircases, passages, rank, silence, and an entire hidden order of hunger. How could one house contain such different meals at the same hour? It is said that a table reveals more than what is placed upon it. It reveals who may sit, who must stand, who eats first, who waits, and who carries the feast away when everyone else has finished. In the kitchen, the evening meal had begun many hours before the guests arrived. Heat gathered around the range. Copper pans reflected the fire. Steam clouded the lower windows. The cook stood near the central table, directing a rhythm learned through repetition and memory. Pheasant had been plucked and dressed. Stock had simmered slowly. Vegetables had been pared, sauces strained, pastry folded, and herbs crushed beneath a knife. The kitchen maid moved between flame and table, carrying bowls, trimming edges, wiping spills before they were noticed. The scullery maid stood farther back, where grease, ash, and dirty water collected. Her hands remained wet. Her sleeves were damp near the wrists. She belonged to the same household, yet even here, below stairs, She occupied a world lower than the cook who commanded the room. The food rose through ranks before it ever rose through the house. The finest dishes passed from the cook to the butler or footman. The servants who touched them last before they entered the dining room wore clean livery and white gloves. Their hands were visible because they had been prepared for visibility. Other hands remained hidden, the hands that plucked feathers, the hands that scrubbed pans, the hands that carried coal, the hands that scraped bones and washed blood from boards. The feast depended upon them all, yet the dining room admitted only the final stage of labour. A footman entered carrying the first dish. The doors opened without noise. Conversation softened for only a moment. His expression did not change. The scent of roasted meat rose into the room, warm with spice, butter, and herbs. He had smelled it for hours. He had watched it prepared, arranged, covered, and carried. He knew its heat through the silver dish beneath his gloved hands. Yet he would not taste it. He returned below. Another course waited. Above, the guests began to dine. Forks touched porcelain with quiet delicacy. Wine gathered darkly inside the glasses. Someone spoke of travel. Someone laughed at a story already familiar to half the table. A lady admired the flowers. A gentleman praised the sauce. The meal unfolded as ceremony. Below, time moved differently. Some servants had eaten earlier, before dressing for service. Their meal had been brief, taken while the kitchen was still preparing the feast. Others would eat later, once the family had finished. Junior servants might wait until the final plates returned. A maid answering bells could not trust that any meal would remain uninterrupted. Hunger below stairs was arranged according to duty. One ate when permitted. One stopped when summoned. One learned to swallow quickly. The servants' hall possessed its own order. At the head of the table sat the butler, reflecting in quieter form the master above. Near him might sit the housekeeper, guardian of linen, stores, and the conduct of female servants. The cook held rank through skill and authority. Footmen, ladies' maids, valets, housemaids, kitchen maids, and younger servants occupied places shaped by position. Even among those who served, equality did not naturally appear. The household reproduced itself beneath the stairs. There were upper servants and lower servants, those who gave instructions and those who received them, those who ate from better dishes and those who waited until the room had emptied, those who wore fine livery and stood near the family, and those whose names might never be spoken beyond the kitchen passage. The table below mirrored the one above, though in smaller, stricter form. The butler might carve. The housekeeper might observe whether conversation remained proper. Junior servants watched, listened, and learned. Where one sat revealed what one had become and what one might still hope to become. A kitchen maid could imagine the dignity of the housekeeper's chair. A young footman might study the butler's calm. Rank offered shape to ambition, yet also sharpened division. The servants shared labour, but they did not all share the same life. Whispers tell us that the lower table carried its own ceremonies. Bread passed from hand to hand. Tea was poured. A spoon touched the bottom of a bowl. Someone offered the last portion to a servant who had missed the earlier meal. No silver branches illuminated these gestures. No diary preserved them. Yet within such small exchanges rested a form of tenderness rarely named in household accounts. Above, abundance was displayed. Below, it was measured. A loaf mattered because everyone knew how far it must stretch. A warm cup mattered because the kitchen had been cold at dawn. A quiet place at the table mattered because much of the day had been spent standing. The servants understood food not only as taste, but as labour, timing, rank, and relief. They knew the weight of flour before it became bread. They knew the heat of the oven before pastry reached the dining room. They knew how long stock had simmered and how quickly cream could turn. They understood abundance more intimately than many of those who consumed it. Yet nearness did not become possession. A kitchen maid might prepare pheasant and later eat bread spread with dripping. A footman might pour wine whose vintage had crossed decades, then drink water before returning to service. A scullery maid might wash plates marked by sauces she had never tasted. Luxury passed through their hands like a dream, beautiful, fragrant, close enough to touch, impossible to keep. As the evening deepened, dishes began to return. The first plates came down, carrying only smears of sauce, bones, crusts, and portions left untouched. Some guests had eaten lightly, others had allowed fine food to cool, while conversation wandered elsewhere. Below, the remains were examined. In many households, leftovers followed rules of their own. Some might be used again, some might become part of another dish, some might be assigned to the servants, others would be discarded. Even scraps moved through hierarchy. A portion returned nearly whole might reach the servant's table. Bones might flavor broth. Bread could be dried or reused. What appeared finished above might still contain value below. The servants knew how to read the remains of a meal. An untouched portion suggested dislike, illness, distraction, or abundance too great to notice. A glass left full might reveal restraint. A plate cleared entirely might be considered praise. The dining room spoke through what it sent back, and the servants, who had heard so much without being addressed, learned to interpret this silent language too. Course followed course. The door opened. The footman entered. The footman withdrew. Between appearances, he waited in the passage, listening for the butler's signal. His posture remained straight. His gloves remained clean. Hunger had to wait behind discipline. Perhaps the scent of the meal had ceased to feel inviting. Perhaps repeated nearness had transformed it into another form of work. One can grow accustomed to beauty without ever being comforted by it. The final course passed upward. Sweet dishes glowed beneath the candles. Fruit rested in bowls. Wine continued to move between bottle and glass. Laughter rose more freely now. The guests leaned back. The room softened with satisfaction. Below, the cook sat for the first time in many hours. Her feet ached. The kitchen heat had settled into her face and shoulders. Around her, the surfaces bore the evidence of creation. Flour, steam, grease, knife marks, peelings, stained cloths, empty pans. The feast above appeared complete because the kitchen below had been used almost to exhaustion. This was another hidden contradiction. The dining room grew more beautiful as the kitchen grew more disordered. One chamber displayed perfection, the other absorbed its cost. At last, the guests rose. Chairs moved gently over the carpet. Candles had shortened. Crystal held the final traces of wine. The table, once untouched, now carried folds in the linen, scattered crumbs, and the soft disorder of satisfaction. The room would soon be cleared. Its ceremony had ended. Below stairs, the servants' meal could finally begin in full. They came to the plain table slowly. Some had already eaten a little. Others had not eaten for hours. The butler loosened the formality of his posture by only a degree. The housekeeper sat with the fatigue of the day, hidden behind habit. A housemaid lowered herself into a chair and felt the relief of no longer standing. The food was simpler. Perhaps cold meat, bread, potatoes, tea, something saved from the earlier courses. No guest would have admired the arrangement. No painter would have chosen it as a symbol of prosperity. Yet the room changed when everyone sat. The table became warmer than its candlelight. Conversation came carefully at first. The day still clung to them. A servant spoke of a bell rung twice for no clear reason. Someone recalled a tray nearly dropped upon the upper landing. Another mentioned a letter expected from home. Small laughter moved through the room. Not the bright laughter of the dining room above. Something softer, more tired, more private. Here, for a short time, they were not only hands carrying dishes or feet answering bells. They became voices again. The cook could tell a story. A maid could mention her sister. A footman could admit that his shoes pinched. The table beneath the table held the fragments of self that service had required them to conceal. Even so, rank did not entirely disappear. Some spoke more freely than others. Some listened. Some cleared their own plates, while others expected assistance. The lower world carried the shape of the upper one within it. Still, companionship found narrow spaces through which to enter. A cup refilled without asking. A piece of bread quietly shared. A glance exchanged across the table after a difficult day. These gestures did not undo hierarchy. They only reminded those within it that they were human. By midnight, both tables stood nearly empty. Above, the dining room had returned to shadow. The finest silver had been removed. The candles had burned low, leaving pale wax gathered around their bases. Chairs waited in silence. The flowers at the center seemed darker now, their petals closing slightly in the cooler air. Below, candle stubs also burned near their end. The servants had risen one by one. Some returned to washing, some checked locks, some climbed toward attic rooms. The plain table remained marked by cups, crumbs, and the faint warmth of those who had sat there. One room would be remembered. It would appear in family letters, dinner invitations, household inventories, perhaps even photographs. Guests might recall the silver, the wine, the conversation, and the graciousness of the evening. The other room would disappear. No record would preserve who sat beside whom. No diary would repeat the kitchen maid's quiet joke. No portrait would show the tired housemaid warming her hands around a cup. Yet perhaps the truest history of the house was spoken there, not in speeches, not in formal announcements, but in whispers exchanged beneath the smoke-darkened ceiling, in the names of relatives far away, in complaints softened by humor, in kindness offered without display, in all the small truths that could not pass through the dining room doors. The last candle trembled. Above, one flame went out. Below, another followed. Darkness settled upon silver and plain wood alike. For a little while, the two tables became equal in shadow. Perhaps hunger had never truly divided them. Perhaps it only revealed the different ways in which one life could be fed by another. And perhaps every grand table rests upon a second table beneath it, a quieter place, where the hands that created abundance gather around what remains, speaking softly before their voices are lost to the house. Some histories are written in ledgers, some in portraits, and some survive only in crumbs, candle smoke, and the memory of a story told after midnight, when the feast above has ended and the hidden table finally begins to breathe. Before dawn, beneath the sloping roof of the great house, a young maid stood before a mirror no larger than an open book. The glass had darkened at the edges. A faint crack ran from one corner toward the center, dividing her reflection without quite breaking it. Behind her, the attic room remained blue with the last hour of night. A narrow bed rested against the wall. A wooden box stood beneath the window. Upon a chair lay a white apron, folded into a pale square. The maid lifted a plain collar to her throat. Her fingers were cold. She fastened the first button, then the second, drawing the fabric close around her neck. The dark dress beneath it was stiff from careful washing and repeated pressing. Its sleeves covered the arms. Its skirt concealed the shape of the body. Nothing in it was meant to invite curiosity. On the small table waited a cap. Beside the cap rested a comb. She looked once more into the glass. For the briefest moment, the face reflected there still belonged to the girl who had arrived at the servants' entrance, carrying a small case and a letter of character. She had come with a name known at home, a name once called across fields, whispered beside a hearth, and written at the beginning of family letters. Then she placed the cap upon her head. The private face began to disappear. It is said that clothing first covers the body, then, if worn long enough, it begins to instruct it. The ritual of dressing below stairs was not merely preparation, it was transformation. A servant's uniform announced position before a word was spoken. It revealed rank, duty, gender, and proximity to the family. It could distinguish the housemaid from the parlour maid, the kitchen maid from the lady's maid, the footman from the butler. Every piece carried meaning. The white cap suggested modesty and order. The dark dress softened individuality into usefulness. The apron represented cleanliness, even when the hands beneath it were marked by soot, soap, heat, or cold. Boots were to be polished. Hair was to remain controlled. Collars must sit properly. Sleeves should not be rolled where they might be seen. A crease could be corrected. A stain could be judged. The servant's clothing belonged partly to the servant, but even more to the household's idea of itself. In a prosperous home, The family wished to appear orderly. Its servants became part of that appearance. A maid entering the drawing room carried more than a tray. She carried the reputation of the house upon her body. Her cap must be white enough to suggest discipline. Her apron must be smooth enough to imply calm. Her movements must communicate that nothing behind the green door was hurried, untidy, or uncertain. The uniform concealed the labor it represented. It displayed cleanliness while hiding the work required to create it. It displayed composure while concealing exhaustion. It displayed obedience while saying nothing of the mind beneath the cloth. The young maid lifted the apron from the chair. She tied it around her waist and pulled the strings behind her. The knot rested at the small of her back. With that knot, the morning seemed to close around her. She was ready to descend. In the passage outside, other doors opened. A kitchen maid appeared in a simpler dress, the fabric already carrying faint marks that no amount of washing could entirely remove. Farther along, a housemaid adjusted another servant's cap, tucking away a strand of hair that had escaped. No one spoke loudly. The attic held the quiet concentration of a chamber before ceremony. Pins were secured, aprons were shaken open, skirts were smoothed. Then the servants moved toward the stairs. Below them, the house waited. A footman's transformation was different. His livery might be brighter, more elaborate, and more visible. Buttons shone in rows. Cloth carried the household colors. Gloves covered the hands. The coat was designed not to express the man wearing it, but the wealth of those he served. He stood near doors, beside carriages, behind chairs, and within rooms where guests could see him clearly. Yet visibility did not mean recognition. The livery made him noticeable as part of the setting, and less noticeable as a person. He could become almost like the silver, the furniture, or the crest upon the carriage, polished, arranged, and expected to remain in place. A tall footman might be prized for appearance. A measured posture could matter as much as intelligence. Symmetry between two men standing near a doorway could become part of the household's display. The body itself was recruited into decoration. The footman learned to hold his shoulders in a particular way. He learned the proper distance at which to stand. He learned how to wait without seeming tired, and how to remain present without appearing to listen. Like the maid, he wore not only cloth, but discipline. Some believe a uniform becomes most powerful when the person inside it is no longer aware of obeying it. At first, the maid remembered to lower her voice. Later, her voice softened without thought. At first, she concentrated upon placing each foot quietly. Later, even away from the grand rooms, her footsteps remained careful. At first, she adjusted her posture when an employer approached. Later, her shoulders seemed to know before her mind did. Service entered the body by repetition. The uniform taught the outer form. The house completed the lesson. In the morning room, the maid crossed the carpet carrying a tray. Her sleeves concealed the red marks left by carrying hot water. Her apron covered a small tear in the dress beneath. The cap remained in place, though several hours had passed since she first arranged it. A lady sat near the window reading a letter. With the maid lowered the tray, she stepped back. She waited. The lady did not look up. For a moment, the servant stood clearly within the room, every detail of her clothing visible. Yet nothing of her inward life could be seen. No one could tell that she had dreamed of home the previous night. No one knew that a ribbon lay hidden beneath her collar, tied there before dawn. It was blue, faded from wear. Her sister had given it to her before she entered service. The household never saw it. That was precisely why it mattered. Beneath the dark dress and white apron, small fragments of selfhood survived. A pressed flower inside a pocket, a photograph folded into cloth, a coin kept from a first wage, a line of a letter memorized during the few minutes allowed for reading, a ribbon hidden where no rule could reach it. Such objects possessed no great value, yet they became sacred because they belonged to the person rather than the position, the uniform said housemaid. The ribbon remembered a name. Whispers tell us that names themselves could become part of the transformation. If a servant's given name did not suit the household, another might be used. A maid could be called by a simpler name, a preferred name, or even the name of the servant who had held the position before her. The family had grown accustomed to calling the parlour maid Mary. When one Mary left, the next might become Mary too. The role continued. The person changed. To the household, this could seem convenient. The same name remained attached to the same duties, preserving the appearance of continuity. But what happened to the name carried from home? What became of the words spoken by a mother when waking a child, or called by a brother from a distant lane? It did not vanish, it retreated. Perhaps it lived only in letters. Perhaps another servant used it quietly after midnight. Perhaps the maid repeated it to herself in the attic, not from fear of forgetting its sound, but from fear that the house might. Names, like ribbons, could be hidden beneath the uniform. The contradiction was quiet but profound. Servants were expected to embody the dignity of the household while receiving little dignity from the world beyond it. Their dress must be respectable, their conduct must be restrained. Their appearance must reassure visitors that the home was governed by order and morality, yet the person beneath the clothing might have little privacy, little security, and little control over the future. A stained apron could invite rebuke. A damaged reputation could end employment. A poor reference could follow a servant from one house to another. She was trusted to represent the family, but not always trusted with her own freedom. The uniform made her a symbol of order, while marking her place within that order. It covered the body and exposed rank. It granted belonging and declared exclusion. She was visibly part of the household, yet the clothes themselves announced that she did not belong to the family within it. Even among servants, clothing divided one life from another. The cook might wear practical garments suited to heat. The housekeeper's darker, finer dress reflected authority. A lady's maid, serving close to elegance, might possess greater refinement than those working near ash and water. The scullery maid's clothes bore the harshest labour and the lowest position. Fabric became a map of hierarchy. One could read the hidden household in cuffs, aprons, buttons and stains. Yet beneath every layer was a body equally capable of cold, fatigue, hope, embarrassment and longing. The house seldom paused to consider this. The uniform made difference appear natural. By afternoon, the young maid's apron no longer held its morning stillness. A faint crease had formed near the waist. The cloth had brushed against doors, trays, banisters, and the corners of furniture. Though no visible stain remained, the day had entered it. She adjusted the edge before carrying tea into the drawing room. The piano stood open. Someone had left sheet music upon the stand. For a moment, she saw small black notes arranged across the paper, like a language from which she had been excluded. Then a guest entered. The maid stepped aside. Her face returned to stillness. She knew how to arrange it now. Not vacant, not curious, not displeased, simply available. This expression, too, became part of the uniform. As evening gathered, the clothing changed meaning again. A clean apron might replace one worn during morning duties. A parlour maid prepared for dinner service with greater care. A footman checked his buttons beneath stronger light. White gloves concealed the evidence of ordinary hands. Upstairs, silk, lace, and jewellery expressed personality, taste, wealth, and occasion. Below, uniform expressed function. One form of clothing invited admiration, the other required invisibility. Still, the servants observed fashion closely. They handled embroidered gowns, brushed coats, polished shoes, and carried garments too delicate for their own lives. A lady's maid might know the fall of silk, the hidden structure of a bodice, and the exact placement of every ribbon. Yet her own dress remained governed by restraint. She dressed another woman for visibility, while preparing herself to fade from view. Food was served, candles shortened, the final bell sounded. At last, the young maid climbed toward the attic. Her feet moved more slowly now, the cap pressed against her forehead. The collar felt tighter than it had before dawn. The knot of the apron rested against an ache in her back. Inside the attic room, she closed the door. For the first time that day, no one could enter without crossing the small boundary of her private space. She stood before the cracked mirror. The same face waited there, though the day had altered it. She removed the cap, A strand of hair loosened and fell beside her cheek, then another. The transformation began to reverse. She untied the apron. The cloth came away from her body with a soft sigh. She folded it carefully, smoothing the edges before placing it upon the chair. Even here, alone, the habits of order remained. She unfastened the collar. From beneath it, she drew the faded blue ribbon. For a moment, she held it in her palm. No bell rang. No door waited. No instruction followed. Without the cap and apron, she appeared younger in the mirror, almost unfamiliar. Her shoulders lowered. Her face softened. The servant's expression faded, revealing someone the house rarely saw. Moonlight entered through the attic window. It touched the bed, the wooden box, the folded uniform, and finally, the maid's uncovered hair. The apron lay empty upon the chair. Without a body inside it, it seemed ordinary. Only cloth, only thread, only a shape waiting to be worn again. Yet by morning, it would reclaim its meaning. The knot would tighten, the posture would return, the private name would recede behind the household name. Perhaps no uniform is ever removed completely. Perhaps some remain beneath the skin, shaping the voice, the hands, and the manner of entering a room long after the buttons are undone. But for this one moonlit breath, the maid belonged to no drawing room, no corridor, no bellboard, and no family but her own. She stood before the mirror holding the ribbon. The house slept below, and somewhere within the silence, the name she had carried from childhood seemed to return, not loudly, not fully, but like a forgotten star appearing through cloud. Some selves survive by remaining hidden, some names wait beneath the collar, and some souls are visible only in the hour when the uniform has been folded and the house is no longer watching. In the first pale hour of morning, a bedroom door stood closed beneath the light. The corridor around it was still blue with dawn. A long runner softened the floor. Portraits watched from the walls with calm, painted faces. Far away, somewhere below stairs, a grate was being cleared. A kettle had begun to breathe, and the first hidden movements of the household were already passing through the dark. Outside the door, a housemaid waited. In both hands she carried a copper vessel of hot water. Steam rose from its mouth and drifted around her wrists like a faint white veil. The weight drew upon her shoulders, but she did not shift her feet. She listened. Nothing moved within. Behind the door lay a world she was required to enter and forbidden to acknowledge. Sleep rested there. Illness sometimes waited there. Marriage, grief, quarrels, letters, perfume, medicine, and tears all gathered behind such doors. The maid lifted one hand and knocked softly. Then she paused. It is said that a closed door does not always protect what lies beyond it. Sometimes it protects the story that the room wishes to tell about itself. The maid knocked again. A voice answered, too low to understand. She turned the handle. The chamber opened. At first, she saw only darkness shaped by furniture. Heavy curtains covered the windows. The remains of a fire rested in the grate. A candle had burned nearly to its socket beside the bed, leaving a pool of hardened wax around the brass holder. The person beneath the blankets did not turn. The maid lowered her eyes. She crossed to the washstand and poured the water into a white porcelain basin. Steam rose and touched the mirror, blurring every reflection. Her own face appeared for a moment in the silvered glass, then dissolved into mist. She did not look toward the bed. That, too, was part of the ritual. A servant was expected to see what was necessary and appear not to see anything at all. She must know whether the fire required tending. She must notice whether a glass needed filling. She must recognize whether the occupant was unwell. But curiosity itself had to remain invisible. The maid left the room as quietly as she had entered. The door closed. The first secret of the morning remained behind it. Whispers tell us that domestic service created a strange intimacy unlike almost any other. Servants entered the most private chambers of Victorian life. They changed sheets where two people had slept beside one another in silence. They emptied basins after sickness. They gathered clothing from the floor after hurried dressing. They carried letters into rooms where names were spoken only in whispers. They cleaned fireplaces beside beds. in which arguments had ended moments before. They witnessed the evidence of fear, loneliness, desire, and disappointment, often without hearing a single confession. A housemaid might know that someone had cried because the pillowcase was damp. She might know that a gentleman had slept poorly because the carpet beside the bed had been worn by pacing feet. She might see an untouched supper tray, a medicine bottle emptied too quickly, or a letter hidden beneath a book. Yet she was not meant to gather these fragments into meaning. She was expected to clean around them, to remove them, to forget them. The next bedroom belonged to a guest. The maid knocked, waited, and entered. The room was empty. One curtain had been pulled aside, admitting a narrow blade of morning light. It crossed the carpet and reached a chair placed near the window. Beneath that chair rested a sealed envelope. The maid saw it at once. It had fallen face down, the wax unbroken. No name was visible. No instruction had been left. Nearby, a travelling case stood open. One drawer had been emptied in haste. A shawl hung from the bedpost. The wash basin was cold. On the carpet near the fireplace lay drops of pale candle wax, leading toward the door like the remains of a hurried vigil. The guest had departed before dawn. No announcement had been made. No carriage had been heard from the servants' hall, though perhaps one had waited at the side entrance where departures could pass without ceremony. The maid bent and lifted the envelope. Its paper was warm where the sunlight touched it. She could have turned it over. She could have seen the name. Instead, she placed it upon the writing table beside the unused pen. Her restraint left no record. No one would praise the choice. Yet the sealed letter seemed heavier after she moved it, as though silence itself had gained weight. She opened the curtains fully. Morning entered. The chamber appeared less mysterious at once. Light has always possessed this power. It makes objects visible, but does not necessarily make them understood. The maid began restoring the room. The bed was stripped, the curtains tied back, the cold ashes removed, the hardened wax lifted carefully from the carpet. When she finished, little remained of the night. Only the envelope waited upon the desk. A private truth preserved, because someone trained not to know it had chosen not to look. In another chamber, a glove lay torn beside the bed. Its pale fabric had split near the wrist. One pearl button remained attached by a single thread. The maid recognized the glove. She had seen the lady wear it the previous evening, as guests gathered beneath the chandeliers. It had appeared perfect then, resting lightly against silk. Now it lay twisted upon the carpet. On the bedside table stood a glass with a faint mark of red wine at the bottom. The second pillow had not been touched. No sound came from the adjoining dressing room. The maid picked up the glove and placed it beside the other. She did not ask how it had torn. Perhaps the damage meant nothing. A careless gesture, a bracelet caught in the cloth, a hurried hand pulling too hard at the buttons. Yet perhaps the room carried a story no one would ever speak. This was the difficulty of fragments. They invited meaning, but resisted certainty. A servant lived among such fragments. A broken clasp, a letter burned only halfway, a chair turned away from another chair, 2 cups on a tray where only one person was expected, a portrait facing the wall. Each might be an accident, each might be a confession. The maid learned to hold both possibilities without choosing between them. In the room across the corridor, the portrait truly had been turned. It stood upon the mantel in a silver frame, its painted face hidden against the wall. Dust revealed the place where it had once rested. The reversal had happened recently. The maid entered carrying clean linen. She placed it upon the chair. The room belonged to an older woman who had been ill for several days. The bed curtains were drawn back. Medicine stood near the lamp. A prayer book lay open, though no hand rested upon the page. The woman slept facing the wall. The maid approached the mantel. For a moment, she considered returning the portrait to its proper position. Order required objects to remain as arranged. A room should be restored to the appearance expected by the household. But the frame had been turned deliberately. To reverse it might be to disturb something deeper than tidiness, so she left it facing the wall. She dusted around it. Even care could require silence. It is said that privacy in a great house did not always mean being alone. A lady might dress before her maid. A gentleman might be shaved by his valet. A sick child might sleep while a nurse kept watch beside the bed. Servants entered rooms at hours when formal behavior had not yet been assembled. They saw people before the face prepared for society had returned. Hair unpinned, eyes swollen from sleeplessness, hands trembling around a cup, letters pressed beneath a pillow. The chambers above stairs were protected from the outside world, yet they were rarely protected from service. This intimacy created trust without equality. A lady might reveal sorrow before her maid, and later speak to her only through instruction. A gentleman might depend upon a valet to conceal illness, but never ask whether the man himself was tired. The servant became essential at the moment of greatest vulnerability, then invisible when composure returned. Perhaps this was why silence mattered so greatly. The servant knew too much. A word spoken carelessly below stairs could travel through the house and beyond it. A hint of scandal might damage a family's name. A rumor could cost a position, a reference, and a future. Domestic service depended upon discretion, but discretion was not a simple virtue. It was also a burden. The maid carried knowledge she had never requested. She knew who slept with a lamp burning, who hid a bottle behind the curtains, who received letters marked in unfamiliar handwriting, who avoided the nursery, who cried after visitors left, who feared the dark despite laughing at superstition in the drawing room. Her knowledge grew without becoming power. To speak might destroy her. To remain silent required her to hold the truth alone. The chambers became a kind of hidden archive, and she, its unwilling keeper. No ledger recorded what she knew. No key locked it away. It lived behind her face. By afternoon, the rooms had changed. Beds were smooth. Basins were emptied. Fires were relit. Curtains were arranged. The torn glove had been placed in a drawer. The wax had vanished from the carpet. The envelope had disappeared from the writing table, though the maid never learned who had taken it. The portrait remained turned toward the wall. The evidence of private life had been softened into order. Guests passing through the corridor would see only closed doors and polished handles. The house had restored its public face, yet the maid remembered the fragments. Not because she wished to. Memory often keeps what duty commands us to release. As evening approached, she entered another room with fresh candles. A woman sat beside the window, fully dressed, though dinner was still an hour away. Her hands rested in her lap. The room was cold despite the fire. The maid placed the candles upon the mantel. The woman asked whether the rain had begun. The maid looked toward the glass. "Not yet, madam." That was all. But the woman's voice held a weariness deeper than the question. For one breath, the maid felt the distance between them narrow. Not employer and servant, not mistress and housemaid, only two human beings within a dim room, both waiting for something neither could name. Then the moment closed. The maid lowered her eyes and withdrew. Compassion did not erase hierarchy. It simply passed through it like light beneath a door. Night settled over the house. One by one, the chambers were prepared for sleep again. Hot water arrived. Curtains closed. Fires were checked. Clothing was folded. Letters were placed upon tables, or hidden from sight. The rooms received their occupants and sealed themselves around them. The maid returned to the first chamber. The candle beside the bed had been replaced. The basin stood empty. The blankets had been turned back. No trace remained of the morning's stillness. She smoothed the counterpane. She straightened a small book. She moved a glass half an inch closer to the bed. Everything was restored. Nothing had been explained. At the door, she paused. Behind her, the chamber looked serene. Its secrets had not vanished. They had simply been arranged. The maid stepped into the corridor and closed the door softly. The latch settled with a quiet sound. She walked away carrying no letter, no broken object, no visible evidence of the lives she had entered. Yet within her remained the room's forgotten breath, the sleepless bed, the turned portrait, the hurried candle wax, the torn glove, the voice asking about rain. Perhaps servants were not invisible because they saw nothing, Perhaps they became invisible because they were required to see everything and reveal none of it. Perhaps every perfect room is only a surface beneath which another history continues to breathe. The corridor grew dark. Doors stood closed on either side. Behind each one, another private world waited for morning. The maid continued toward the servants' staircase, her face composed, her steps quiet. Some truths are never written because they belong to those forbidden to speak them. Some chambers surrender their secrets only to people history forgets. And some voices echo most clearly in the silence of the one who heard them and chose, or was compelled, to carry them away. Late at night, beneath the sloping roof of the great house, a servant sat beside a narrow attic window with a sheet of paper resting upon her knees. The room was almost dark. A single candle stood upon the wooden table, burned so low that wax had gathered around its base like pale frozen tears. Its flame leaned whenever the wind pressed against the old window frame. Beyond the glass, the garden had vanished into shadow. Only the faint outline of trees remained beneath the moon, their branches moving slowly against the sky. The house below had fallen quiet. The last tray had been carried away. The final bedroom fire had been checked. The bells no longer trembled upon their board. Yet the maid had not gone to sleep. Her hands, reddened from water and work, held a small pen. Near her elbow rested an ink bottle, a folded envelope, and one precious unused sheet. The paper seemed almost too clean to touch. There would be little room for error. She bent toward the candle. At the top of the page, she wrote a name. Perhaps it was mother. Perhaps sister. Perhaps the name of someone who had once waited beside a village gate and promised not to forget her. The ink entered the paper slowly, and with the first word, a door opened that no key in the household could unlock. It is said that a letter allows the absent to sit beside us for a little while. The maid paused after the greeting. What could be placed upon such a narrow page? The house had filled her days with countless tasks, yet much of what she experienced seemed difficult to write. There were fires to lay, rooms to clean, bells to answer, stairs to climb, and instructions to remember. But these were not the whole truth of her life. The truth also lived in smaller things. The ache in her shoulders after carrying water, the sound of rain beneath the attic tiles, the way the kitchen smelled before dawn, the loneliness of hearing laughter from a room she would enter only to collect empty cups. She dipped the pen again. "I hope this finds you well." The sentence was familiar, safe, almost ceremonial. She wrote of the weather first. It had rained for 3 days. The garden paths were soft with mud. The mornings had become colder. Such details cost little to reveal. Weather belonged to everyone. It could cross class, distance, and silence without danger. Then she wrote of the household. The cook remained stern but fair. A new kitchen maid had arrived from the north. The youngest child had been ill, but was improving. The family expected visitors before Christmas. Perhaps these things were true. Perhaps they were only the truths easiest to place upon paper. Whispers tell us that servants' letters often carried 2 lives at once. One was the life described. The other remained between the lines. Time to write was scarce. A servant's day might begin before sunrise and continue until the last bell after midnight. Even on an evening when duties ended early, the body carried exhaustion into the attic. The eyes blurred, fingers stiffened. Thoughts that had seemed clear during the day became difficult to arrange. Privacy was uncertain. A maid might share her room. Someone could enter unexpectedly. Letters might be left where another servant could see them. In some households, correspondence was treated with suspicion, particularly when employers feared complaints, courtship, or plans to leave service. Paper itself cost money. So did ink, so did postage. Each sentence had weight before it was written. There was little space for wandering thought. The maid looked toward the candle and continued. She wrote that she was eating well. She did not mention the mornings when breakfast had been delayed by bells. She wrote that the family treated her properly. She did not describe every sharp correction or every hour spent standing in silence. She wrote that the attic was comfortable enough. She did not explain how frost sometimes gathered inside the window, or how the room felt too large when a letter from home had not arrived. A servant might soften loneliness to protect those far away. A mother could do little from another county. A sister might worry. A sweetheart might feel powerless. And so pain was reduced to a polite phrase. "I have been rather tired of late." Perhaps that sentence carried an entire winter. The letter became a veil. It revealed enough to maintain love, but concealed enough to preserve peace. In forgotten corners of the house, other letters waited. One lay folded inside a wooden box beneath a spare apron. The paper had been opened so often that the creases were nearly worn through. It carried news of a birth, a sister's child, born in early spring, with dark hair and strong lungs. The maid had never seen the baby, yet through the letter she knew the hour of its arrival, the name chosen after a grandmother, and the tiny mark upon one hand. She had read those lines again and again, until the child seemed almost remembered rather than imagined. Another letter announced illness. Its handwriting was hurried. The sentences leaned unevenly across the page. A father had taken to bed. A mother needed help. Money was short. The servant who received it continued her duties through the day, carrying trays and answering bells, while the words remained hidden inside her dress. By evening, she might ask permission to leave. Permission could be granted. It could be delayed. It could come too late. Distance had its own cruelty. Railways had drawn towns closer, yet servants were still bound by wages, references, schedules, and the needs of the households they served. Home might be only several hours away and still feel beyond reach. A letter could cross the distance more easily than the person who wrote it, and sometimes no letter came at all. This silence possessed a shape of its own. A maid might know which day the post usually arrived. She might listen for the servant's entrance opening, for the sound of boots in the passage, for her name spoken beside the kitchen door. The morning passed, no letter. Perhaps tomorrow, then another day, still nothing. The absence became heavier than any envelope. Had someone forgotten to write? Had illness prevented them? Had a letter been lost between stations? Had the person once promising devotion turned toward another life? Nothing could be known. A missing letter contained every possible answer. The maid continued working beneath the weight of uncertainty. She polished brass. She carried linen. She listened when others received news from home. The silence followed her from room to room. Some voices are loudest when they do not arrive. It is said that correspondence allowed servants to preserve names the household might otherwise erase. Within the great house, a maid could be known only by her position: housemaid, parlour maid, kitchen maid. She might even be given another name for convenience, inheriting the name of a servant who had held the role before her. But in a letter, she could become herself again: a daughter, a sister, a childhood friend, the girl who once knew the path beside the river, the one who climbed an apple tree in summer, the one who feared storms, the one who had promised to return. The house saw her uniform. The letter remembered the person beneath it. Perhaps this was why letters felt sacred. They were small chambers where identity could survive. No employer stood within them. No bell interrupted them. No rank determined where a sentence could sit. On the page, the servant could speak directly to someone who knew her before service taught her to lower her eyes. Yet even there, freedom was incomplete. What if the letter were read? What if a complaint returned through rumour? What if affection for a young man was discovered and judged improper? What if plans to seek another position became known before a reference had been secured? Caution entered the handwriting. Names might be shortened. Feelings might be hidden behind ordinary news. A phrase such as, "I hope to see you in the spring," could contain a secret plan to leave. "I remain much the same," might mean that nothing was bearable, but nothing could yet be changed. The true message often lived beneath the visible one. Like the servants themselves, the letter learned to speak quietly. The maid at the attic window laid down her pen. The candle had shortened further. A moth circled once near the flame, then disappeared into shadow. She read what she had written: the weather, the kitchen, the sick child, the hope of receiving a reply. It all seemed so small beside the life she wished to send. She had not written about the evening she cried without sound, because another servant slept nearby. She had not written about the Sunday visit cancelled when guests arrived unexpectedly. She had not admitted that she sometimes forgot the exact sound of her mother's voice. These truths remained with her. Perhaps there was no language gentle enough to carry them across the distance. Or perhaps she feared that once written, they would become too real. She lifted the pen again. Near the bottom of the page, she added a final line, "Do not be troubled for me." The words may have been an act of love. They may also have been a plea. She signed her name. Not the shortened household name, not the name attached to her role. Her full name, the one given before the house knew her. For a moment, she looked at it beneath the candlelight. The letters seemed almost unfamiliar. Then memory returned around them. A kitchen at home, a voice calling from another room, a hand resting upon her hair, a road disappearing beyond a field. The name opened each image gently. She folded the page, once, then again. The letter became smaller, though nothing within it had diminished. She placed it inside the envelope and pressed the edges flat. A little wax was warmed above the flame. It softened, shone, and fell in one dark red circle upon the fold. She sealed it carefully. Inside rested a version of herself that existed nowhere else in the great house. Not entirely truthful, not entirely hidden. A self shaped from love, restraint, memory, and the hope of being remembered. The candle trembled. Below, timber settled within the walls. A clock sounded the hour. Soon the maid would sleep. Before dawn, she would carry the letter downstairs and leave it near the servants' entrance, where it would begin its journey beyond the household gate. Perhaps it would travel by cart to a nearby town, perhaps by railway through misted fields. It might pass hedges, church towers, factories, rivers, and villages where lamps glowed behind small windows. For days, the paper would move farther than the woman who wrote it had travelled in months. At last, another hand might lift it. The seal would break. Her name would be spoken aloud. For a few minutes, the attic room, the dark passage, and the distant great house would enter another home through words. Yet so many such letters did not survive. Some were burned after reading, some were lost during moves, some faded in damp boxes, some were discarded because the people who inherited them did not recognize the names. The servants' voices disappeared with the paper that held them. Histories preserved household accounts, family portraits, estate records, and formal correspondence. But the small letters written after midnight, those fragile records of weather, hunger, longing, and endurance, often vanished without ceremony. Perhaps this is why the surviving ones feel like whispers from behind a wall. They do not tell everything, they do not need to. A mention of tiredness, a hope for Sunday leave, a request for news, a line assuring a mother not to worry. Within such phrases, entire lives wait quietly. The maid placed the sealed envelope upon the table. Her candle was almost gone. Moonlight had shifted across the attic floor, reaching the edge of the bed. The letter rested between candlelight and darkness. Soon it would leave. For now, it remained near her, holding the faint warmth of her hands. She loosened her collar and lay down. The candle flame lowered. The envelope disappeared into shadow. Perhaps a letter can never preserve a whole life. Perhaps no page is wide enough for every silence, every missed homecoming, every small hope kept beneath an apron. But sometimes, a single sentence is enough to resist forgetting. Sometimes a name written in a familiar hand becomes a lamp carried through time, and sometimes a voice too quiet for the rooms below finds its way beyond the gate, across fields and railway lines, towards someone willing to unfold the paper and listen. Before dawn, the candle went out. The letter remained, still sealed, still waiting, like a small human voice resting in darkness before beginning its journey home. Upon a small attic chair, beneath the sloping roof of the house, a plain outdoor dress had been folded with uncommon care. It was not a fine dress. Its cloth was modest, its colour softened by washing, its collar simple and clean. Yet beside the dark uniform hanging from a peg, it seemed almost luminous. It belonged not to the household, but to the few hours in which the maid hoped to belong to herself. On the seat beside it rested a small parcel wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. Inside were 2 handkerchiefs, a little cake saved from the kitchen, and perhaps a ribbon chosen for a sister who lived in a town beyond the fields. The parcel had been prepared the night before, after the last bell, while the attic window held only darkness. Now sunlight entered through the narrow glass. It fell across the folded dress, crossed the floorboards, and touched the parcel as though offering a blessing. Beyond the garden wall, a pale road curved beneath trees and disappeared toward the distant church tower. For a few hours, that road was meant to be hers. Then, from far below, came the sound of carriage wheels upon gravel. The maid lifted her head. The wheels drew nearer. A horse exhaled. A door opened somewhere in the front of the house, and the promised day began to drift away. It is said that freedom is sometimes felt most deeply before it has begun. The maid had imagined the morning carefully. She would finish her early duties. She would wash her hands, loosen the uniform collar, and put on the outdoor dress waiting upon the chair. She would carry the parcel beneath one arm and leave by the servant's entrance before the sun rose too high. Beyond the gate, no bell would call her back for a little while. She would walk beneath the trees where the road passed between hedges. She would hear birds without listening for footsteps behind them. Perhaps the chapel bell would sound across the fields. Perhaps she would arrive in time for tea. Her sister would open the door. There would be no need to lower her eyes. No need to stand while another person sat. She might place her gloves upon the table, take a chair near the window, and hold a cup without wondering whether it must be cleared away. These were small hopes. Yet to someone whose time was measured by bells, small hopes could feel sacred. The carriage stopped. Voices entered the hall. An unexpected aunt had arrived with a companion and several trunks. They had intended to remain only until evening. Then perhaps the weather changed, or the horses required rest, or the guest decided that one night beneath the household roof would be preferable to continuing the journey. Whatever the reason, spare rooms had to be opened. The housekeeper appeared in the passage with keys at her waist. Instructions moved quietly from one servant to another. The blue chamber must be aired. The small bedroom beside it required fresh linen. Fires must be laid. Hot water prepared. Luggage carried upstairs. A light supper arranged. The maid looked once toward the attic stairs. Her dress waited above. There was still time, she told herself. Only the bedrooms first. Then she would go. Whispers tell us that servants' leisure often existed not as a right, but as a permission, resting upon favorable circumstances. A free afternoon might be promised, but the promise belonged beneath the larger needs of the household. Guests, illness, weather, a dinner, a delayed delivery, or the absence of another servant could quietly claim the hours back. No formal announcement was always necessary. The work simply appeared, and when work appeared, the servant understood. The maid climbed toward the spare rooms, carrying sheets that smelled faintly of lavender and starch. The blue chamber had been closed for weeks. Its curtains remained drawn. Dust lay softly upon the dressing table. The fireplace was cold, its grate holding the last grey remains of a forgotten season. She opened the shutters. Daylight entered reluctantly. Dust rose in the beam and turned slowly, like small stars disturbed from sleep. The room required more than expected. The bed had to be stripped and remade. A basin was carried in. The mantel was wiped. The hearth swept. Fresh coal arranged. The maid worked steadily, careful not to look toward the clock too often. Below, trunks crossed the hall. Above, the hands moved through the morning. When the fire was lit, it resisted at first. Smoke curled toward the room before the flame found the wood. The maid knelt before the grate, coaxing it gently. There was still time, she thought. If she left before noon, she might shorten the visit, but keep it. She moved to the next chamber. The companion's room was smaller and colder. The mattress required turning. One curtain hook had loosened. A jug was missing from the washstand. Each task seemed little. Together, they gathered around the day like mist. The parcel waited in the attic. The sister waited beyond the road. The maid descended for the missing jug. In the basement, water was heating. The kitchen had already altered its plans. A bird was being prepared. Stock simmered. The cook spoke of supper, while a kitchen maid fetched dishes from the store cupboard. The unexpected arrival had entered every level of the house. Above stairs, it was only a visit. Below, it became heat, movement, altered meals, additional coal, more linen, more water, and hours withdrawn from lives no guest could see. The maid filled the jug. Steam rose around her hands. The clock in the passage sounded noon. She stopped for one breath. At that same hour, perhaps her sister had begun laying the table. Perhaps 2 cups stood near the teapot. Perhaps the window had been opened to listen for footsteps along the lane. The maid lifted the water. There was still time, she told herself. Perhaps she could leave after luncheon. The words became a quiet shelter she carried from task to task. By early afternoon, the guest's luggage had been placed in the blue chamber. A shawl lay over the chair. Brushes and bottles appeared upon the dressing table. The room no longer belonged to dust and sunlight. The maid returned downstairs. She was asked to polish shoes marked by the road, then to carry a message to the laundry, then to replace towels in the guest room because the first set had been judged too coarse. No one task seemed unreasonable. No one task seemed long enough to destroy the day. But the hours did not vanish all at once. They disappeared in pieces. 10 minutes beside the grate. A quarter hour upon the stairs. Another few moments waiting outside a door. A journey to the linen room. A second journey to the kitchen. Time was not taken by force. It was gathered quietly, one duty at a time. It is said that those who possess their own hours rarely hear the sound of them leaving. The maid did. She heard it in the clock. 2 chimes, then 3. The light beyond the windows began to soften. Still, she did not entirely abandon hope. If she left now, the walk would be hurried. She could stay only briefly, but she might still see her sister's face. She might still deliver the parcel. She might still drink half a cup before beginning the return journey. She climbed to the attic. The outdoor dress remained upon the chair exactly as she had left it. Sunlight no longer touched it directly. The bright square upon the floor had moved toward the wall. The maid placed one hand upon the folded cloth. From below came the sound of a bell. She closed her eyes. Only for a moment. Then she withdrew her hand. A guest required tea. The dress remained folded. The parcel remained tied. The maid descended once more. Victorian servants' leave was often shaped by more than work alone. Permission had to be secured. Conduct mattered. A servant seen in an unsuitable place, with an unsuitable companion, or returning at an unsuitable hour, might discover that leisure carried consequences long after it ended. Gates could be locked. Doors could be barred after a stated time. Lateness could be remembered. A reference might be weakened by a phrase suggesting unreliability or poor habits. Thus, even freedom beyond the household was measured by the household's expectations. A servant might walk beneath open sky while still carrying the clock within her. She might count the distance from the gate, calculate the hour of return, refuse another cup because dusk was approaching, listen to chapel bells not only for beauty but for warning. The day of rest was never entirely beyond service. It remained attached by an invisible thread. The maid carried the tea tray into the guest room. The aunt sat beside the fire, speaking of the road and the weather. Her gloves rested upon the table. The companion warmed her hands near the grate. The maid poured. Steam lifted from the cups. For a brief moment, she imagined another tea table in another town, a smaller room, a simpler cloth. Her sister waiting beside a pot that had begun to cool. Perhaps the sister would say she had expected delay. Perhaps she would hide disappointment. Perhaps she would sit near the window until the road turned dark. The maid placed the final cup. No one asked whether she had intended to leave that day. The guest thanked her politely. She withdrew. Compassion and blindness could exist in the same voice. As evening approached, the household accepted that the visitors would remain overnight. The maid knew then. There would be no journey. Supper required service. Lamps needed lighting. The guest rooms would require hot water again. The outdoor dress would not be worn. She did not protest. Anger would have changed nothing, and fatigue had softened the edge of disappointment into something quieter. She moved through the corridors with a taper, touching flame to wick. One lamp awakened, then another. Golden circles appeared along the hall. Outside, the road beyond the garden wall had turned blue with dusk. The trees had become dark shapes. The church tower faded into the evening haze. Somewhere beyond the gate, her sister might have folded away the second cup. Perhaps the cake would be eaten the next day. Perhaps the empty chair would remain near the window until night. The maid continued lighting lamps. Each flame made the house more welcoming for those who had delayed her departure. This was not cruelty in the simple sense. No one may have intended to take the day from her. That was what made the loss so complete. The household's needs did not have to be malicious. They only had to be considered more important. By the time supper ended, the attic room was dark. The maid entered carrying a candle. The outdoor dress remained upon the chair. A faint veil of dust had settled upon one sleeve where the sunlight had warmed it earlier. She brushed the fabric gently with her fingertips. The parcel waited beside it, still tied, still carrying its handkerchiefs, ribbon, and little cake. She sat upon the edge of the bed. For a moment, the room held no sound but the wind against the tiles. She could have untied the parcel. She could have eaten the cake herself. Instead, she left it closed. To keep it sealed was to preserve the journey that had not happened. Another Sunday might come. Another permission might be given. The weather might remain fair. No carriage might turn into the drive. Hope narrowed, but did not entirely disappear. She lifted the dress. The cloth unfolded slightly in her hands, releasing the faint scent of soap and the wooden cupboard. Then she folded it again, once at the waist, sleeves inward, skirt smoothed flat. The ritual was careful, almost tender. She placed it inside the cupboard and laid the parcel beside it. The door closed. The small promise vanished into darkness. It is said that surrender does not always arrive as defeat. Sometimes it appears as preservation. A dress folded for another day, a parcel kept intact, a disappointment carried quietly, so that hope may survive beside it. Below, another bell rang. The maid fastened her apron and returned to the stairs. She passed the attic window before descending. Beyond the glass, moonlight rested upon the road. The path was empty. For one breath, she imagined herself walking there beneath the trees, free of trays, keys and summons. She imagined the chapel bell, her sister's door, a cup held between both hands while no one waited to be served. Then the image faded. She went below to light the final lamps. The house glowed warmly against the night. Its guests settled into prepared rooms. Fires breathed behind polished grates. Hot water waited in porcelain basins. From outside, the household appeared peaceful, generous, complete. No one could see the folded dress in the attic cupboard. No one could see the parcel that had not crossed the gate. Perhaps every great house contained such abandoned journeys. Visits never made, letters delayed, Sundays surrendered, small freedoms placed gently back upon the shelf. And perhaps the phrase, day of rest, held two different meanings beneath the same roof. For those above, it was time protected from work. For those below, it was time borrowed from duty and recalled whenever the house required it. The final lamp was lit. The maid withdrew into the passage. Far beyond the garden wall, another home grew dark around a cooling teapot. Inside the great house, service continued. The day that might have belonged to her had drifted away without noise, like sunlight leaving an attic floor. Yet behind the cupboard door, the dress remained folded, waiting, not as proof that freedom had been granted, only as a quiet reminder that she had once imagined it. Beneath the roof of the great house, where the ceilings sloped and the air gathered close around the beams, a narrow passage disappeared into darkness. Rain whispered against the tiles. It did not fall loudly. It moved across the roof in soft, patient waves, touching slate, gutter, and chimney before fading into the night. Somewhere below, clocks continued to measure the hour. Fires settled into ash. The final doors had been closed. At the end of the passage stood a small attic room. Inside, a narrow bed rested beneath the lowest part of the ceiling. A washstand held a chipped basin. A wooden box stood near the wall, its corners darkened by years of use. Beside the window, a single chair waited beneath a hook where a servant's uniform had been hung. This was almost everything: a bed, a basin, a box, a few feet of floor upon which to stand. The young maid entered carrying a candle. Its flame trembled in her tired hand, illuminating the room only in fragments. The low beam above her, the folded blanket, the small square of rain-darkened glass, the white edge of a letter hidden beneath a prayer book. She closed the door. For the first time since dawn, she was alone, and the question seemed to rise from the silence around her. How much of a life could be kept inside a room barely large enough to stand upright? It is said that the highest rooms of a house are often the farthest from its warmth. Below, drawing rooms glowed beside polished fires. Bedrooms rested behind heavy curtains. Carpets softened footsteps. Bells waited to be answered. Above, beneath the roof, the servants slept close to winter frost and summer heat. The attic was reached only after the final duty of night. By then, the staircase seemed steeper than it had in the morning. Candle flames leaned in weary hands. Shoulders carried the weight of water, coal, trays, linen, and hours that had belonged almost entirely to others. A maid might begin the climb after midnight. Up from the basement passage, past the green baize door, beyond the landing where the family's corridor turned toward larger rooms. Up again, into colder air. With each flight, the house grew quieter. The carpets disappeared, the walls narrowed, the ceiling lowered. At last, the servant reached the place assigned to her not for work, but for sleep. Yet even there, rest was fragile. A bell might ring unexpectedly. Another servant might share the room. Cold could enter through the window frame. Rain could find a weakness in the roof. In winter, frost sometimes gathered near the glass, tracing pale leaves and feathers across the inside of the pane. A servant woke to see her own breath moving above the blanket. Water in the basin stiffened beneath a thin skin of ice. In summer, the same roof held heat long after sunset. The tiles absorbed the sun and released it slowly through the night. Air became still beneath the beams. Sleep came lightly. The servant turned upon the narrow mattress while the house below cooled behind thick stone walls. The attic belonged to extremes. Too cold, too warm, too distant, too close beneath the sky. Yet within this difficult room, small objects acquired a tenderness greater than their worth. A ribbon folded beneath a collar, a prayer book with a name written inside, a photograph fading at the edges, a letter opened until the paper weakened along the creases, a chipped cup kept because it belonged to no one else, a dried flower pressed between pages. These things were not part of the household inventory. No housekeeper counted them. No employer selected where they should be placed. No bell could summon them away. They belonged entirely to the servant. Perhaps this was why they seemed sacred. The room might be assigned, but the objects created a private country within it. The ribbon remembered a sister's hand. The photograph preserved faces from before service. The cup belonged to a morning at home, or perhaps to the first wage spent upon something chosen freely. The flower held the shape of a summer afternoon beyond the gates. Each object opened a gate through memory. A servant could sit beside the small window after the house had gone quiet and touch one of these things as though touching another life. The life before the uniform, the life beyond the household, the life she hoped might one day return. Whispers tell us that rooms remember not through grand events, but through repetition. The wooden box beneath the window had belonged to more than one servant. Its lid bore faint scratches. A hinge had been repaired with a small piece of darker metal. Beneath the top drawer, hidden from ordinary sight, 2 initials had been cut into the wood. E.M. The marks were shallow but deliberate. A maid had made them one night with the tip of a pin, or perhaps a small knife borrowed from the kitchen. She had worked slowly, pressing each line into the grain. Why she chose that hidden place could not be known. Perhaps names were not permitted upon the furniture. Perhaps she feared being judged for damaging household property. Perhaps she wanted only the next person to discover them. The initials might have belonged to a housemaid who stayed one winter, or a kitchen maid dismissed before spring, or a young woman who served in the house for 20 years and left only when illness made work impossible. No record remained within the room, only the letters, E.M. Years later, another servant pulled the drawer too far and saw them. She traced the marks with one finger. The name behind them was already gone. Still, the discovery changed the room. Until that moment, the attic might have seemed entirely hers in its loneliness. But another person had slept beneath the same sloping roof. Another had listened to rain upon the same tiles. Another had placed tired hands upon the same wooden box. The servants never met. Time stood between them, yet the initials formed a small bridge. The second maid did not know whether E.M. had been happy, frightened, homesick, or hopeful. She did not know the sound of her voice or the color of her hair, but she knew that E.M. had wished, in some quiet way, to remain. That knowledge was enough. The room no longer felt entirely empty. It is said that those forgotten by history sometimes leave their names where only another forgotten person will find them. Behind a loose board near the bed, a comb had been hidden. Its teeth were uneven. One had broken near the center. A few long strands of hair remained caught near the base, faded almost to silver with age. No one knew when it had been placed there. Perhaps the servant intended to retrieve it. Perhaps she left suddenly. Dismissal could come with little warning. Illness might remove a servant from the household. Marriage, family need, or a new position could draw her beyond the gates. A life might vanish from the room between one morning and the next. Another servant arrived. The bed was remade. The uniform found a new body. The household continued, but the comb waited in darkness behind the board. Nearby, beneath a loose edge of floor, lay a scrap of cloth. Once it may have been blue. Time had softened it into grey. The fragment carried no initials, no message, and no clear purpose. It might have come from a ribbon, a dress, an apron, or a small parcel from home. Yet because it had survived, it seemed to ask for meaning. This is how mystery grows in old rooms. Not from what is known, but from what can no longer be recovered. A comb without a face, initials without a name, fabric without a story. The absence becomes larger than the object. Household records might preserve fragments of fact, wages paid, dates of service, a position filled, a reference requested, but the person herself was often reduced to a title: housemaid, kitchen maid, parlour maid, general servant. The words described labour, not life. A ledger might note that a young woman entered service in October and left the following June. It would not reveal that she feared thunder, sang softly while polishing brass, or kept a dried violet inside a prayer book. It would not record that she cried after receiving a letter, that she hoped to save enough money for a small shop, that she loved someone who never returned, that she stood at the attic window each Sunday and watched the road. History counted her wages. The room held everything that could not be counted. The low ceiling remembered where she had stood to fasten her hair. The floorboards remembered the careful pacing of sleepless nights. The window remembered breath upon the glass. The bed remembered exhaustion. The walls received words spoken only in whispers, perhaps prayers, perhaps names, perhaps a promise made to the darkness that life would someday become different. The servant who came next added her own traces: a pin lost near the bed, a small stain of candle wax upon the table, a pencil mark inside the cupboard. The objects accumulated slowly, though most were removed, discarded, or worn away. The room became a chamber of overlapping absences. Each servant believed herself alone there, yet she slept within the faint remains of others. There was tenderness in this continuity, not because their lives were easy, not because the attic offered comfort, but because one unknown hand could reach another across time. A maid discovering the initials might add her own. A letter hidden in the box might be found years later and read by someone who understood the same loneliness. A chipped cup passed from one servant to another might become a quiet inheritance. No formal ceremony marked these exchanges. No one declared that memory was being preserved. It happened beneath the notice of the household, in rooms too small for portraits, in drawers too plain for archives. Beneath the silence, a history of private objects endured. As the young maid sat beside the rain-darkened window, she opened her wooden box. Inside lay the things she had chosen to keep: a folded letter, a narrow ribbon, a coin wrapped in cloth, a photograph of 3 people standing in front of a cottage. Their faces had already begun to fade, not because she had forgotten them, but because the image itself could not hold them forever. She lifted the photograph toward the candle. The figures appeared beneath the weak light: a mother, a younger sister, perhaps the maid herself, before entering service. The girl in the image stood differently. Her shoulders were less guarded. Her hair was uncovered. One hand rested upon the gate. The servant studied her own earlier face, as if it belonged to someone she had once known. Then she returned the photograph to the box. The house slept below her. No one downstairs knew what she had just remembered. This was the final privacy of the attic room. Not silence alone, but the right to remember without observation. She undressed. The uniform was folded, the cap placed carefully upon the chair. Her hair loosened around her shoulders. Without the dark dress, the narrow room seemed to change. It no longer contained a housemaid, only a tired young woman standing barefoot beneath the roof. For a brief hour, the household title fell away. Her private name returned. The rain softened. She extinguished the candle. Darkness entered, but not completely. Moonlight had appeared beyond the clouds. It passed through the small window and rested upon the floor. Dust turned slowly within the pale beam. The room became almost weightless. The bed, the washstand, the wooden box, and the folded uniform seemed suspended beneath the night sky. Years would pass. The maid would leave. Another would come. Then another. Eventually, the great house itself would fall quiet. The fires would no longer be laid. The bells would remain still. The attic doors would stand open to dust. Perhaps the furniture would be removed. Perhaps rain would enter through broken tiles. Yet beneath the drawer, the initials might remain. EM, 2 small letters waiting in darkness. No one would know whose hand created them. No record would restore the full name. But the marks would still declare that someone had been there. Someone had climbed the stairs. Someone had slept beneath the roof. Someone had wished not to vanish completely. Perhaps a life cannot be kept inside a room. Perhaps it cannot be preserved by a ribbon, a photograph, a letter, or a name cut into wood. Time is patient. Paper fades. Fabric thins. Memory loosens its hold. And yet, sometimes, the smallest trace survives longer than the grandest portrait. A scratch beneath a drawer, a comb behind a board, a thread beneath the floor. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. The attic stands empty now. Moonlight enters through the narrow window. Dust rises and falls within the beam like a slow celestial breath. No servant sits beside the bed. No candle waits upon the table. Still, the room does not feel entirely abandoned. Beneath the silence, names remain. Not spoken, not complete, only faint, like stars seen through mist, like letters carved where no one was meant to look, like a whisper carried too softly for history, but not too softly for the room that kept it. After midnight, when the final voices had faded and the great house had folded itself into sleep, a housemaid walked alone through the upper corridor, carrying a candle. Its flame was small. It leaned whenever she passed a doorway, then straightened again in the still air. Around her, the walls held the quiet warmth of the day. Portraits rested inside their dark frames. The carpet softened her steps. Every bedroom door was closed. Behind those doors, guests slept beneath embroidered curtains. Children dreamed in nurseries warmed by fading fires. The master and mistress of the house lay within rooms guarded by heavy locks, thick walls, and the confidence that morning would arrive as it always had. Yet the maid did not go directly toward the attic stairs. She stopped beside the first hearth. The fire appeared nearly dead. Grey ash covered the coals. No flame remained visible. Still, she knelt and held the candle away from the grate. With the poker, she moved the ash gently. A red glow opened beneath it. One ember remained awake. The maid watched it breathe. The question passed through the silent room like an old and sacred whisper. Who guarded the house while those who owned it dreamed? It is said that the Victorian home was built around fire. Flame lived in almost every chamber. It warmed bedrooms and drawing rooms. It boiled kettles, cooked meals, heated water, illuminated corridors, and gave companionship to those sitting alone after sunset. Candles stood upon mantels, oil lamps glowed beside books, coal fires breathed behind polished grates. The kitchen range burned through long hours beneath the house. At evening, hundreds of small flames might shine beneath one roof, each one carefully placed, trimmed, carried, or fed. The beauty of the household depended upon them. Without fire, there would be no warm bath in winter, no bright dining table, no glowing nursery, no tea before dawn, no circle of light in which letters could be read and faces clearly seen. Yet every flame carried another possibility: a fallen candle, a spark upon a rug, a coal escaping through an open grate, an oil lamp overturned by a tired hand, a curtain drawn too near the heat. The same element that made the house feel safe could transform it into ash. And so, after the family had retired, the servants continued to listen, not only for bells, for fire. The maid moved to the next room. Here, the grate was larger. The fire had been banked carefully so that a little warmth might survive until morning. A metal screen stood before it, placed to prevent sparks from reaching the carpet. She inspected the screen. One corner did not sit properly against the hearth. She adjusted it. The sound was soft, almost nothing. No sleeper stirred. The servant continued. Whispers tell us that fire demanded rituals of its own. Wicks had to be trimmed so that lamps did not smoke. Candles needed stable holders and safe distances from fabric. Embers were stirred, covered, or removed according to the needs of the room. Coal was carried in black scuttles through passages where a spilled fragment might stain a carpet or remain glowing beneath furniture. Ashes had to cool before disposal. A fire could never simply be forgotten. Even when it seemed quiet, it might still contain heat. Even when covered, it might still be waiting. The housemaid had learned to judge this hidden life. She knew the difference between an ember that would darken naturally and one that might break free beneath the pressure of settling coal. She understood the smell of warm soot. She noticed when the air near a curtain felt too dry. She could hold the back of her hand near iron and sense whether heat remained behind it. Such knowledge was rarely written. It passed through practice, through warnings, through stories told quietly in the servants' hall. Stories of a country house where a lamp had fallen beside a staircase, a townhouse where a nursery curtain had caught near midnight, a hotel consumed before guests understood that smoke had entered the upper rooms. Newspapers carried these stories in black print. Servants read them aloud or heard them repeated while polishing silver, preparing vegetables, or mending linen. The words remained: family saved, child missing, roof collapsed, fire discovered too late. The details entered memory and returned during the final rounds of night. The maid reached the nursery. She opened the door with care. Inside, moonlight rested upon the floorboards. A small bed stood beneath a canopy. Toys lay in the shadows near the wall. The child slept with one hand outside the blanket, fingers loosely curled. A fire still glowed in the grate. The maid crossed the room and knelt. She did not use the poker immediately. First, she held the back of her hand toward the iron bars. Warmth touched her skin. Not too strong, not yet dangerous. The guard stood securely in place. No coal had escaped. The carpet near the hearth was clean. She remained for a moment longer. Firelight moved faintly across the nursery walls. Wooden animals cast long shapes. A painted horse seemed to rise and disappear as the embers brightened, then lowered. The flame was almost gentle. It made the room feel protected. This was the mystery of fire. It frightened because it comforted. It threatened because it was necessary. A child slept peacefully because someone had lit the hearth. The same hearth required someone else to remain awake. The maid looked toward the bed. The child would never know she had stood there. By morning, the grate would be cold or freshly laid. The room would appear safe because safety had been quietly created during the night. She rose and closed the door. Below, another servant was performing a different watch. The kitchen maid stood near the range beneath the house. The great iron structure retained heat long after supper had ended. Its doors had been checked, ashes had been drawn, fuel had been arranged so that the fire would survive in a controlled form or die according to the household's routine. The kitchen was nearly dark. Copper pans hung in shadow. The long table carried faint knife marks and the scent of bread, grease, and soap. Somewhere, water cooled inside a kettle. The maid opened one iron door. A low red light illuminated her face. She examined the coals. The range was the hidden heart of the house. It had fed the family, warmed water, and sustained work from the first hour before dawn. Now it must be left safely. She moved one coal with the poker. A small spark rose and vanished. The servant waited. Fire could not be rushed into obedience. It had to be watched until its behavior was understood. Farther along the passage, a footman checked the lamps. He carried a cloth and a small tool for the wicks. One lamp near the hall had smoked against the glass. He extinguished it, allowed the heat to settle, and adjusted the blackened wick. The smell of oil lingered. Another lamp stood too near a curtain where the evening draught had moved the fabric closer than intended. He shifted it away. These were small corrections. A lamp moved a few inches, a screen set properly, an ember returned behind iron. No household account would preserve them. Yet catastrophe often rested within small distances, the space between flame and cloth, between coal and carpet, between wakefulness and sleep. It is said that safety leaves almost no evidence of itself. The disaster that happens is remembered. The danger prevented disappears. No newspaper prints the story of a curtain that did not ignite. No portrait honors the hand that moved the candle. No family history records the ember discovered before it touched the rug. The servant's watchfulness produced silence, and silence concealed the reason it endured. The housemaid entered the morning room. The air had cooled. Silver objects upon the mantel reflected her candle in small, distorted points. A book had been left open beside a chair. The room seemed abandoned by time. She approached the grate. At first, everything appeared secure. The fire had fallen. The screen stood in place. Then she noticed a faint glow upon the stone beyond the iron edge. An ember had escaped. It was very small, no larger than the end of her finger. It rested against a dark thread of ash near the carpet border, breathing red beneath a delicate skin of grey. The maid became still. There was no alarm, no sudden movement, only attention. She set down the candle. With the tongs, she reached carefully toward the ember. Its red center brightened when the air touched it. For one moment, it looked like a tiny eye opening in the darkness. She lifted it. The coal weighed almost nothing, yet within it slept the possibility of the entire house transformed. The silk curtains, the carved staircase, the portraits, the attic rooms, the letters beneath pillows, the servants asleep beneath the roof. All could become smoke through something small enough to hold between iron tongs. She returned the ember to the grate. Then she waited. The coal settled among the others. Its glow softened. She drew ash over it carefully until the red light disappeared. Still, she remained. A minute passed. Perhaps two. The room did not change. The air held no smoke. The carpet remained cool. Only then did she lift the candle. No one had witnessed the moment. No one would ask about it in the morning. The danger had existed only within her knowledge, and now, because of her, it no longer existed at all. The servant continued her rounds. The old stories of fire followed quietly behind her. Some belonged to distant places. Others may have come from memories closer to home. Perhaps she had once seen a cottage chimney burning against a winter sky. Perhaps an older servant had told her of waking to smoke. Perhaps she remembered a mother warning that flame must never be left alone. Fire lived not only in the grate, it lived in inheritance. in fear passed from one careful hand to another, in habits repeated without explanation, because someone, long ago, had learned the cost of forgetting. The great house itself seemed to understand this. Its stone chimneys rose above the roof like watchtowers. Its hearths were lined with iron. Its fire screens carried decorative patterns while serving practical need. Buckets might be kept ready. Doors could be closed to slow smoke. Servants were expected to know routes through passages hidden from guests. Yet no design could remove risk completely. The house depended upon attention, and attention belonged to people. By the final hour before dawn, the rounds were nearly complete. The footman lowered the last lamp. The kitchen maid closed the range door. The housemaid checked the final bedroom hearth and stepped into the servants' corridor. Her candle had shortened. Wax had gathered near her fingers. Behind her, the rooms were safe. The family slept beneath carved ceilings and embroidered coverings. Their breathing remained slow. Their dreams continued uninterrupted. They trusted the house. But the house was not what guarded them. The watch had been carried by servants moving through smoke, ash, dim passages, and the last red eyes of fire. This was another quiet contradiction of Victorian splendor. The family possessed the rooms. The servants preserved them. The family enjoyed warmth. The servants measured its danger. The family slept because someone else remained awake long enough to make sleep possible. The maid reached the bottom of the servants' staircase and began to climb. Her candle rose with her. One step, then another. Its light touched the worn banister and the narrow wall. Behind her, the passage returned slowly to darkness. No bell rang. No voice called her name. The danger she had prevented left no trace. By morning, the coals would be cold. Ash would rest in the grates. The household would wake to intact curtains, unmarked carpets, and familiar walls. A new fire would be laid. Another match would be struck. Warmth would return, as though nothing had happened. Only the maid would remember the ember beyond the grate. Perhaps even she would forget it in time. There would be other nights, other rooms, other small corrections made before disaster could become memory. This is how vigilance disappears into ordinary life. A hand moves, a spark is covered, a house survives. The servant climbed higher. At the attic landing, she paused and looked back. Far below, no light remained except the faint glow of the kitchen range behind iron. The house seemed to sleep within a circle of perfect silence. Perhaps fire was never only an element. Perhaps it was a covenant. It offered warmth in exchange for watchfulness, light in exchange for care, companionship in exchange for remembrance. Forget it, and it might consume the rooms it had once comforted. Serve it, and it would breathe gently until dawn. The maid entered the attic passage. Her candle moved away. For a moment, it floated in darkness like a solitary star climbing above a buried city. Then her door closed. The great house remained still. No record would name the hand that had guarded it. No portrait would preserve the servant standing over the hidden ember. Only cold ash would remain by morning, grey and silent, holding no memory of what might have been. Yet perhaps the walls remembered. Perhaps the hearth remembered. Perhaps every house that survives the night carries within it the unseen vigil of someone who walked its corridors while others dreamed. Some dangers leave scars. Others leave only silence. And sometimes silence is the shape of a disaster that never came. Long before breakfast, beneath the sleeping floors of the great house, the kitchen was already awake. The range glowed in the darkness like a red gate left open beneath the earth. Its iron doors breathed heat into the low chamber. Copper pans hung upon the walls, catching the fire in muted circles of gold. Knives rested beside one another upon a worn wooden table. Deep pots waited near the hearth. Steam gathered beneath the ceiling and softened the beams until they seemed to drift above the room, like shadows beneath water. Outside, the sky had not yet begun to pale. The family slept beneath embroidered blankets. The drawing rooms were cold. The dining table stood empty. Yet below stairs, coal shifted behind iron. A kettle began to whisper, and a young kitchen maid crossed the wet stone floor, carrying a bowl beneath both hands. The hidden day had begun, and the question rose gently from the red light. How could one room, buried beneath the household and rarely seen by those above, nourish an entire world? It is said that every great house had a heart no guest was meant to enter. Not the ballroom beneath its chandelier, not the drawing room where music lingered after dusk, not the library with its dark shelves and quiet clocks. The heart lay below, where heat, water, hunger, labor, and time met around the range. The kitchen did not awaken in a single moment. First came the stirring of yesterday's coals. A kitchen maid knelt before the iron doors and drew aside the ash. Beneath the grey surface, one faint ember still lived. She placed kindling around it, then fresh coal. The red point brightened, caught the wood, and slowly became flame. The room emerged from darkness. Copper appeared upon the walls. The long preparation table revealed its scars. Baskets of vegetables stood near the pantry door. A row of pale plates waited upon a shelf. The fire strengthened. Soon the range would boil water, bake bread, roast meat, heat irons, warm sauces, and sustain the countless small transformations required before food could enter the dining room above. But first, the kitchen itself had to be restored. Ash was removed. Iron was blacked and polished. The floor was swept. Water was drawn. Cloths were shaken open. Every object returned to readiness. The servants moved quietly, not because the kitchen was a peaceful place, but because the house above remained asleep. Pots could not be allowed to strike too sharply. Doors were closed with care. Voices stayed low. Even beneath the earth, labor was expected to respect the dreams of those it served. At the center of the room stood the cook. Her authority did not come from keys or polished livery. It came from memory, timing, heat, and the ability to transform raw abundance into order. She knew the range as another person might know the moods of the sea. One corner burned hotter. One oven held heat longer. One iron door required lifting before it would close properly. She could judge the readiness of pastry by scent, the richness of stock by color, and the danger of a sauce by the way it clung to the spoon. Around her, the kitchen maids moved according to instruction. One prepared the bread, another scraped vegetables. A younger servant cleaned herbs, separated eggs, and carried bowls between table and range. Farther back, near the sinks and refuse pails, the scullery maid worked in the dampest and least admired part of the hidden chamber. Every task belonged to the same meal, yet not every task carried the same dignity. The cook commanded, the kitchen maid prepared, the scullery maid cleaned what everyone else had finished using. Hierarchy descended even beneath the stairs. Bread began beneath a white cloth. Inside a large bowl, flour, water, salt, and yeast had become a soft living weight. The kitchen maid pressed it with both hands, folded it inward, turned it, and pressed again. The dough yielded slowly. It carried the warmth of her palms. When it was placed beneath the cloth, it seemed almost to breathe. No guest upstairs would see this quiet rising. Later, the loaf would appear sliced upon a plate, its crust warm, its shape neat. Someone might praise its freshness. Someone else might leave half of it untouched. But here, before dawn, the bread was still becoming. Beside the range, stock simmered inside a deep pot. Bones, herbs, vegetables, and water had been gathered into a dark, fragrant liquid. It required patience more than spectacle. Foam was lifted from the surface. Heat was adjusted. Hours passed into it. The stock would become the hidden foundation of soups, sauces, and gravies. Its presence might never be named at the table. Yet without it, flavor would feel thinner, colder, less complete. The kitchen was filled with such unseen foundations: broth beneath sauce, labor beneath elegance, heat beneath silver, time beneath taste. Whispers tell us that the finest dishes were often built from ingredients no diner would recognize separately. A spoonful of stock, a little flour, butter worked until smooth, herbs tied together and later removed, wine reduced almost to memory. The dining room received the finished answer. The kitchen carried every question that came before it. Morning widened slowly. The first trays left for the breakfast room. Tea, coffee, bread, eggs, perhaps fish, preserves, or meat, according to the household's habits. The footman or parlour-maid received them at the edge of the kitchen's world. Dishes passed through the service door and began their journey upward. For a moment, the food was held between two realms. Behind it lay smoke, damp stone, knives, and tired hands. Ahead waited linen, porcelain, sunlight, and quiet conversation. The door closed. The kitchen continued. There was no pause after breakfast. Lunch had already begun. Vegetables had to be washed and scraped. Pastry required cold hands and careful folding. Game might be plucked upon a side table, feathers gathering into pale heaps. Fish had to be cleaned, meat trimmed, fruit examined for bruises, cream watched closely, butter kept from turning in the heat. Each ingredient carried its own demand. Some required strength, some gentleness, some speed, others waiting. The cook moved among them like the keeper of a complicated ritual. A sauce could separate if neglected. Pastry could toughen beneath impatient hands. Meat could dry within minutes. Bread could fail because the room was too cold or the yeast too old. Nothing remained perfect simply because it had been prepared. Food was always moving toward another state. Freshness toward decay. Heat toward cold. Dough toward bread. Hunger toward satisfaction. The kitchen had to follow each transformation and guide it before the moment passed. This was its sacred rhythm. Stir, wait, taste, lift, strain, fold, return. The sounds formed a language beneath the household. The dull rhythm of a knife, the scrape of a spoon against copper, the sigh of steam, the soft impact of dough upon wood, the pump creaking in the scullery, the range breathing behind iron. Above, clocks measured the day in hours. Below, time was measured in readiness. When the stock cleared, when the pastry rested, when the water boiled, when the meat must turn, when the bell announced that the dining room was prepared. The kitchen maids learned to feel these moments in their bodies. There was rarely time to consult a clock when 3 pans required attention and another tray was already waiting. Knowledge moved through sight, scent, sound, and touch. Yet beauty carried a cost. The stone floor remained wet near the scullery sinks. Water gathered around pails. Grease settled upon surfaces. Ash entered the air and found the folds of sleeves. The range poured heat into the room, even during summer, when the upper windows stood open to gardens and light. In the hottest months, the kitchen could feel like a sealed chamber beneath the sun. The servants' faces reddened, hair dampened beneath caps. Clothing clung to the back and arms. Still, the oven doors opened. Still, water boiled. Still, roasted dishes rose toward rooms where guests complained gently of the weather. The same fire that created comfort upstairs consumed strength below. Burns were common. A wrist touched hot copper. Steam caught the hand. A tray shifted. A knife slipped against a tired finger. Such injuries might be wrapped briefly in cloth before the task continued. The meal did not wait for pain. An aching back bent again. A cut hand returned to water. A servant who felt unwell might work until someone of higher rank decided otherwise. The kitchen's abundance hid its wounds carefully. No mark appeared upon the plated dish. The sauce arrived smooth. The pastry remained delicate. The silver cover concealed everything except the result. Farther from the range, the scullery maid stood among the remains. Her world began where elegance ended. Used pans returned blackened and heavy. Plates arrived streaked with sauce and fat. Knives needed cleaning. Grates produced ash. Refuse accumulated in pails. Water cooled, dirtied, and had to be replaced. She worked nearest to what the household no longer wanted. Grease, bones, peelings, soot, clouded water. Her hands spent long hours submerged. In winter, the cold entered her joints. In summer, the damp heat became difficult to breathe. Her rank was low, her labor constant, and much of it invisible even to other servants. Yet without her, the kitchen could not continue. A pan could not receive the next dish until the last one had been scrubbed away. A knife could not return to the table while yesterday's work clung to it. Cleanliness began in the least honoured corner. The lowest servant restored the tools through which refinement was created. Some believe every hierarchy hides its deepest dependence at the bottom. The kitchen depended upon the scullery. The dining room depended upon the kitchen. The house depended upon those whose names were least likely to be recorded. By afternoon, preparations for dinner filled the room. The atmosphere changed. Breakfast and luncheon had passed, but the evening meal carried greater ceremony. More courses, finer sauces, carefully timed dishes, silver covers polished to reflect candlelight. The cook examined everything. A kitchen maid rolled pastry into a thin, pale sheet. Another strained sauce through cloth until no roughness remained. Game browned near the fire. Vegetables waited to be finished at the final moment. The room seemed to hold many separate times at once. One dish nearly complete, another only beginning, a pudding cooling, a soup requiring another hour, bread ready to be cut. Each had to arrive above in the proper order, neither early nor late. Timing became a form of devotion. The servants could spend hours creating what would be eaten in minutes. A dish praised once at the table might become a brief sentence in someone's memory. The sauce was excellent, the pastry unusually light, the bird perfectly roasted. Then conversation moved elsewhere. The plate was cleared. Below, the kitchen had given most of the day to that moment. This was the melancholy hidden inside abundance. Creation required duration. Consumption erased it quickly. Evening deepened beyond the basement windows. The first courses travelled upward. The kitchen waited for the empty dishes to return. The cook listened for messages. More sauce. Another plate. A guest had refused one course. Someone required a simpler dish. A delay upstairs changed the heat below. Nothing in the kitchen belonged entirely to itself. Every rhythm answered another room. At last, the final sweet dish left the table. The servants did not relax. They began undoing the feast. Pans returned. Plates gathered. Leftovers were examined. Bones set aside. Cloths rinsed. Knives cleaned and dried before rust could touch them. The room that had produced order now absorbed the remains of satisfaction. Water darkened in the sinks. The floor grew wetter. Candle flames shortened. One by one, the loudest sounds disappeared. The knives ceased. The range doors closed. The final pan was scrubbed. The cook departed after giving instructions for morning. The kitchen maids continued. A cloth passed over the long table, following old knife marks and burns in the wood. Shelves were restored. Bowls nested inside one another. Copper was hung again upon hooks. The room returned slowly to readiness. Not sleep. The kitchen never entirely slept. The range was banked, its fire covered so that a controlled glow might endure until dawn. Heat remained beneath the iron. Water cooled in the pipes. Bread for morning rested beneath cloth. Even in darkness, preparation continued. After midnight, one kitchen maid sat briefly beside the dying glow. She had been standing since before sunrise. Now, for a few quiet minutes, the chamber asked nothing of her. She lowered herself onto a wooden stool. Her hands rested in her lap. A small burn marked one wrist. Flour remained near the seam of her sleeve. Her shoes were damp from the scullery floor. Around her, the kitchen breathed. Iron settled with a faint sound. A drop of water fell into the sink. Steam no longer clouded the ceiling, but warmth remained in the walls. Copper pans held dim reflections of the banked fire. The room seemed full of memories from the day. Bread rising beneath cloth. Stock circling slowly in the pot. Feathers upon the table. Pastry folded. Plates returning nearly empty. A compliment spoken upstairs and never heard below. The maid watched the red glow through the range door. Perhaps she imagined it as a gate. Beyond it, another morning waited. More coal. More water, more flour beneath her hands. Above, the household slept after dining well. The family rested inside warmth created below. No guest thought of the wet stones. No one saw the scullery maid's hands. No one remembered how many hours had passed into the meal. The feast had vanished. The labour remained in the body. Still, The kitchen was not only a place of sorrow, it held companionship in narrow moments, a shared piece of bread, a joke spoken while vegetables were scraped, a cup of tea placed beside someone too busy to ask, a song hummed beneath the sound of boiling water. These small kindnesses rose like steam and vanished almost as quickly, yet they softened the chamber. Perhaps that too nourished the house, though nothing of it reached the dining table. The maid stood. Her brief rest was over. She checked the range one final time and lowered the lamp. Darkness gathered around the copper pans. The red glow remained behind iron, quiet and watchful. She crossed toward the servants' staircase. Behind her, the kitchen waited, not empty, not asleep, only paused between one day of labor and the next. Perhaps every household contains a chamber where transformation never truly ends, where hunger becomes ceremony, where raw things become beautiful, where time, heat, and human strength disappear into a single polished dish. Perhaps the kitchen was the true sacred hall of the house, hidden underground so that those above could mistake service for ease. The maid closed the door. The chamber returned to silence. A faint ember shifted within the range. Above, sleepers breathed beneath warm blankets. Below, the kitchen kept its red vigil, and before the first light touched the windows, it would awaken again. In the morning room, a curtain had been drawn only halfway across the window. One side of the chamber rested in pale daylight, the other remained beneath a softer shadow, where the fire had nearly gone out, and the silver upon a breakfast tray reflected the room in small, uncertain fragments. Near the window, two members of the family spoke in low voices. A gentleman stood beside the mantel with one hand resting against the carved stone. Across from him, a woman sat very still, her teacup untouched upon the table. Their words passed between them carefully, but not gently. A debt had not been paid. A letter had arrived. A name had been mentioned that should not have been mentioned. At the edge of the room, almost hidden by the curtain, a servant waited to remove the tray. She did not move. Her eyes remained lowered. Her hands rested quietly before her apron. Nothing in her face suggested that she heard the conversation, and yet she heard every word. The family spoke as though the room contained only themselves. Perhaps, to them, it did. The question rose softly from the shaded chamber. Can invisibility become a form of forbidden knowledge? It is said that those who stand nearest to power often see the parts of it that power wishes to hide. Servants entered rooms at moments when ceremony had not yet been restored. They carried letters still warm from another hand. They admitted callers through side entrances. They cleared glasses after private meetings. They stood behind chairs while alliances were formed, engagements questioned, debts concealed, and reputations quietly defended. They knew which relative was never invited, which guest arrived after dark, which account book was closed when footsteps approached, which smile disappeared the moment the drawing-room door had shut. The family possessed the house. The servants possessed its fragments. Not by choice, not as spies. Knowledge simply gathered around them. A maid dusting a writing table might notice that one drawer was locked every morning and opened every night. A footman carrying wine might recognize that a gentleman drank more heavily when a certain letter arrived. A butler admitting visitors could know which names were announced proudly and which were whispered near the servants' entrance. These details were rarely given as confessions. They revealed themselves through repetition. A room altered after an argument. A chair moved farther from another chair. A breakfast tray returned untouched. A portrait removed from the mantel. A woman's face composed before dinner after hours spent crying in her dressing room. The servant saw not the grand story told in public, but the evidence left behind when the story faltered. Whispers tell us that good service required a peculiar blindness. A servant must notice everything necessary to perform the work, and nothing that might suggest curiosity. She must see the spill upon the carpet, but not the trembling hand that caused it. She must collect the letter, but not wonder why it was hidden. She must recognize illness, but never speak of weakness. She must understand sorrow quickly enough to respond and discreetly enough to pretend it had never appeared. This was not ignorance. It was discipline. The face remained calm. The body remained useful. The memory remained silent. In the morning room, the conversation continued. The gentleman lowered his voice. "The matter must not leave this house." The woman turned toward the window. Behind her, the servant's reflection rested faintly in the glass. For a moment, 3 figures occupied the window together. 2 were speaking. 1 was being forgotten while she listened. When the conversation ended, the gentleman left by the main door. The woman remained seated, her shoulders lowered only after his footsteps had disappeared. The servant approached the table. "Shall I take the tray, madam?" The woman looked up, almost startled. "Yes." Nothing more was said. The tray was lifted. The servant crossed the room and withdrew. Yet the words spoken near the curtain travelled with her. Such knowledge did not vanish merely because the door closed. It entered the hidden life below stairs, where servants carried secrets inside bodies already burdened by coal, water, linen, and duty. The wisest among them understood that knowledge could be dangerous. A servant's future often depended upon character and reference. Honesty was praised, but not every truth was welcome. Loyalty was expected, yet loyalty frequently meant preserving the household's preferred version of events. To speak might be called gossip. To warn someone might be judged insolence. To reveal wrongdoing might be considered betrayal. A servant could tell the truth and lose her position. She could remain silent and protect herself while carrying the discomfort of what silence allowed. There was no easy virtue within such a choice, only consequence. A lady's maid knew this better than most. She entered the dressing room when the mistress's public face had been removed. She unfastened gowns, loosened hair, brought warm water, and stood beside the mirror during the hour when composure grew thin. She might know that the mistress feared her husband, that an engagement had been accepted without affection, that jewels had been sold quietly to cover a debt, that letters from one particular person were kept beneath the lining of a drawer. The husband might see a carefully dressed woman at dinner. The maid saw the hands trembling while the necklace was fastened. She understood without being asked. Sometimes she knew the sorrow more intimately than anyone permitted to speak of love. A valet occupied a similar chamber of knowledge. He brushed coats, emptied pockets, cleaned boots, and attended a gentleman whose weakness might never be admitted beyond the dressing-room door. A hidden bottle, blood upon a handkerchief, medicine taken in secret, a sleepless night disguised by a carefully tied cravat. The valet restored appearances each morning. He removed the evidence and dressed the man for respectability. This too was service, not only preparing the body, but protecting the story built around it. The butler guarded the household on a wider scale. He knew which tradesman waited too long for payment. He knew which guest should be denied, even while claiming that the family was not at home. He knew when wine disappeared too quickly, when letters arrived bearing legal seals, and when dinner conversation concealed a crisis. His silence protected the family's reputation. It also protected his own position. The house depended upon discretion, but discretion had a cost. Secrets did not grow lighter simply because they were never spoken. They gathered in memory. One secret recalled another. A name heard years before returned when a visitor appeared at the door. A servant might leave the household carrying more knowledge of the family than many relatives possessed. Still, she carried no authority over its meaning. The family owned the public story. The servant owned only the burden of knowing where that story had been polished. In the afternoon, the maid entered a dressing room to clear the grate. The room was empty. Sunlight rested upon the carpet. A faint scent of violet water lingered near the mirror. Brushes lay in a silver-backed row. The bed beyond the adjoining door had already been made. She knelt beside the hearth and gathered the ash. When she rose, she noticed a corner of paper beneath the dressing table. It had slipped far enough into shadow that another person might not have seen it. Ward bent and drew it out. It was a letter. The page had not been folded properly. One edge was creased. A few lines of handwriting were visible before she could turn it away. She recognized the hand. The same writing had appeared upon envelopes delivered several times through the side door. The name of the sender had never been spoken in her presence. It did not need to be. The letter existed. That alone revealed enough. She held the paper carefully. She did not read it. At least, she did not move her eyes along the lines. Still, a word stood near the fold. Tomorrow. Another appeared lower down. Forgive. The room seemed to change around her. The mirror reflected a servant, holding a truth that did not belong to her. She could place the letter upon the dressing table where the mistress would find it. She could carry it to the housekeeper. She could return it beneath the table. She could burn it in the grate. Each choice would alter something. Perhaps the mistress had hidden it and lost it. Perhaps another person had searched for it. Perhaps its discovery would expose a secret courtship, a debt, an intention to leave, or only a private sorrow that caused harm to no one. The maid could not know, yet duty demanded action. Or perhaps duty demanded no action at all. She listened. No footsteps approached. The house held its breath. At last, she folded the letter once and placed it behind the back of a lower drawer, where it could not easily be discovered. Why? The answer remained uncertain even to her. Perhaps she intended to protect her mistress. Perhaps she feared being accused of reading it. Perhaps she wished to give the writer time. Perhaps she acted only because hidden things seemed safer when they remained hidden. Kindness, fear, duty. The same gesture could contain all three. The maid closed the drawer. She returned to the hearth and gathered the final ash. When she left the room, nothing in her expression revealed what had happened. The letter remained behind. Its meaning did not. For days, she watched quietly. The mistress seemed restless. A visitor was expected but did not arrive. The side door remained closed. No one mentioned the missing letter. Perhaps it was eventually recovered. Perhaps it was forgotten. Perhaps the maid's act protected a life or prolonged a deception. The house gave no answer. This was the quiet cruelty of incomplete knowledge. A servant often saw enough to understand that something was wrong, but not enough to judge what should be done. She entered a story after it had begun and left before it ended. Fragments remained. A whispered name, a torn envelope, a cup dropped after bad news, a carriage departing before dawn. She carried these pieces without ever receiving the whole. Perhaps no one within the household possessed the whole. The family itself lived through separate rooms, separate loyalties, and separate versions of the same events. The servant's knowledge was vast, but it was made from shadows. And shadows resist certainty. Years passed. The maid left service. Perhaps she married. Perhaps she entered another household. Perhaps she became a housekeeper and carried keys of her own. The family remained within the great house. Its children grew older. Portraits were painted. Engagements were announced. Respectable marriages appeared in newspapers. Public dinners were recorded in diaries. The household story settled into a calm and polished shape. Visitors remembered elegance. Descendants remembered dignity. The rooms were described as peaceful. No formal record mentioned the conversation behind the half-drawn curtain. No family history preserved the hidden debt. No portrait revealed the tears that came before dinner. The letter beneath the dressing table did not enter the archive. The servants who knew these things were gone. Their knowledge faded with them. Some secrets may have been forgotten willingly. Others may have remained until death, held behind faces trained for silence. History kept the visible evidence: titles, marriages, property, portraits, silver. It did not keep every pause before a door was opened, every glance exchanged in a corridor, or every truth known by someone without the right to speak it. Perhaps this is why the past often appears calmer than it was. Its disturbances were removed like dust from a polished table. Its contradictions were carried away by those who cleared the rooms after everyone else had gone. The public story remained, smooth, bright, respectable, like silver beneath candlelight. Yet silver reflects only what stands before it. It does not reveal the hands that polished it. It does not show what waited beyond the frame. It does not remember every face once bent over its surface in silence. The great house grew still. The morning room faded. The curtain beside the window gathered dust. The servants' footsteps disappeared from the passages. But perhaps the rooms retained something of what had been known there. A sentence absorbed by the wall, a letter hidden behind wood, a sorrow witnessed but never named. Some believe secrets vanish when the last keeper dies. Others believe they remain within places, not as ghosts, but as absences that shape the silence around them. The maid's choice cannot now be judged. Was it kindness? Fear? Duty? Perhaps it was never meant to be decided. Perhaps some truths become heavier when placed into words. And perhaps the servant who knew every secret understood one final mystery better than anyone else within the house. That silence may protect, silence may wound, and sometimes the difference between them is hidden forever in the heart of the person who chose not to speak. In the evening mist, when the garden paths had begun to disappear and the chimneys stood like dark towers against the fading sky, a quiet knock sounded at the servants' entrance. It was not the firm arrival heard beneath the front portico. No carriage wheels circled the gravel drive. No brass knocker struck the great door. No footman stepped forward beneath a lantern to receive a name, a coat, or a calling card. This knock was smaller, 2 uncertain taps against dark wood, then silence. Rain gathered along the narrow step outside. Empty crates rested beneath the wall. Sacks of coal stood under a lean-to roof, their black surfaces shining faintly with damp. The servants' door was almost hidden from the formal grounds, placed where arrivals could enter without becoming part of the view. Inside, a kitchen maid stopped beside the preparation table. The sound had been soft, yet she had heard it clearly. She dried her hands upon her apron and looked toward the passage. Another knock came, quieter this time, almost apologetic. The maid crossed the stone floor and lifted the latch. Beyond the door stood a young man beneath the rain. His coat was wet at the shoulders. Mud darkened his boots. Water rested in his hair and traced the tired shape of his face. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then the maid whispered his name. Her brother had come, and the question seemed to pass between them with the mist. Who was permitted to enter the great house only through shadow? It is said that every grand entrance tells the story a household wishes the world to see. The front door stood beneath carved stone and polished lamps. It opened toward the broad staircase, the family portraits, and the rooms arranged for admiration. Through it came titled guests, physicians, clergymen, lawyers, and relatives whose arrival could be announced without embarrassment. The servants' entrance told another story. Its step was narrower. Its hinges were practical. Its paint was more worn near the handle. Tradesmen came there carrying bread, coal, meat, milk, flowers, parcels, and repairs. Messengers arrived with sealed letters. Women seeking work waited beneath its shelter. Relatives of servants appeared when distance, worry, or necessity had carried them beyond the boundaries of proper visiting hours. Sometimes a caller entered whose name must not pass through the front hall. Sometimes a debt was discussed beside the coal cellar. Sometimes news too private for the drawing room arrived wrapped in rain. The back door received what the great entrance could not display. Through the smaller threshold passed much of the household's true life. The kitchen maid stepped aside, allowing her brother only far enough into the passage to escape the rain. He removed his cap. Water fell from its edge onto the stone. "You should not be here," she said softly. "I know." His voice carried the road within it. He had travelled for hours, perhaps by cart, railway, and foot. Yet now that he stood before her, the household seemed unwilling to grant them even a full room in which to speak. Behind the maid, the kitchen breathed with heat. A pot simmered upon the range. Knives rested beside unfinished vegetables. Somewhere above, a bell rang. She turned her head instinctively. Her brother noticed. The sound faded. Neither moved. Family visits were not always forbidden, but they could be discouraged, shortened, or made dependent upon the convenience of the house. A servant's private life belonged beyond the gate and outside the hours claimed by duty. A mother might live only several towns away. A sister might pass through the district. A brother might stand in the rain after travelling since dawn. Still, the household had its own needs. Supper did not wait for reunion. The fire did not stop consuming coal. The bell did not ask whether the servant's heart had been called elsewhere. The maid drew the door nearly closed behind him, leaving only a thin line of evening light along the floor. They stood between sacks, baskets, and empty wooden crates. This was the place given to their affection. Not the parlour, not the servants' hall, only a passage where deliveries paused before being carried deeper into the house. Whispers tell us that those who entered service often lived among another family while growing distant from their own. They knew when the mistress preferred tea. They knew which child woke during storms. They knew how the master took his breakfast and which guest disliked a cold bedroom. But they might not know that a younger sister had changed her hair, that a father's walk had become slower, or that a familiar tree near home had been cut down. Other people's daily lives surrounded them. Their own arrived in fragments. A letter, a remembered voice, a visitor at the back door. The brother looked toward the kitchen. "You are busy. We are preparing supper. I will not stay." The words were practical, yet they carried disappointment beneath them. The maid wanted to ask everything at once. How was the cottage roof? Had the river risen after the rain? Did the old dog still sleep beside the hearth? Had anyone heard from their cousin in the north? But her brother's face told her that he had not come only to exchange ordinary news. He lowered his voice. "Mother has been unwell." The passage seemed to narrow. The maid's hands became still upon her apron. "How unwell? She is better than she was." This was not an answer, or perhaps it was the gentlest answer he could offer. He explained that fever had kept their mother in bed for several days. A neighbour had been helping. The doctor had visited once. She had asked for her daughter. The maid looked toward the bell passage. Another summons could come at any moment. When? Last week. Why did no one write? We did. No letter had arrived. Perhaps it was delayed. Perhaps placed aside. Perhaps lost between town and estate. The absence of paper had concealed an entire week of fear. The maid imagined her mother's room, the small window, the quilt made from older pieces of cloth, a cup cooling beside the bed. She saw these things with greater clarity than the stone passage around her. For a breath, the great house loosened its hold. She was no longer the kitchen maid standing beside the coal sacks. She was a daughter listening from another room. Then a pan shifted upon the range. The sound returned her to service. Her brother continued. The field behind the cottage had been sold. Not the whole holding, only the lower strip near the road. Money had been needed after a poor season. The new owner intended to fence it before winter. The maid remembered that field beneath summer light. She and her brother had walked there as children, following the hedge toward the stream. Wildflowers had grown near the far corner. Their mother once spread a cloth beneath an ash tree and divided bread between them. Now the land belonged to someone else. Another fragment of home had changed without her. This was how distance worked. It did not preserve the place one had left. It allowed change to continue beyond sight. The brother mentioned that a childhood neighbour had married in the spring. The ceremony had been simple. Rain had fallen in the morning, then stopped before the walk to church. The maid smiled. The bride had once shared a schoolroom bench with her. She asked after you. "What did you say?" "That you were doing well." The maid lowered her eyes. It was the same phrase she wrote in letters. Doing well. It could mean employed, fed, not dismissed, still standing. The words did not necessarily describe happiness, but they reassured those too far away to see more closely. Behind her, the bell rang again. This time, it sounded twice. The maid knew the room. The cook would soon call for her. Her brother heard urgency in her silence. "You must go. Wait." She wanted to ask whether their mother truly was recovering, whether she could return home if leave were granted, whether money was needed, whether the field had been sold willingly, whether the cottage still smelled of wood smoke after rain. The questions rose together and blocked one another. There was no time to arrange them. She reached into her pocket and found 2 coins saved from her wages. Her brother stepped back. "No. Take them. You may need them. She may need them more." He accepted the money reluctantly. The coins looked very small in his wet hand, yet they had cost the maid hours of labour, perhaps a ribbon not purchased, A cup of tea refused on a free afternoon. A little comfort postponed. He closed his fingers around them. The kitchen door opened behind her. A voice called her name. She answered at once. Duty had heard her before Home had finished speaking. Her brother replaced his cap. "I should leave." The maid placed one hand upon his sleeve. The wet wool carried the scent of rain, road dust, damp earth, and something more difficult to name. Home, not the idea of home arranged in memory, but its real fragrance. Soil after weather, smoke from a smaller hearth, wind across fields. For one breath, she was standing near the cottage again. Then the kitchen voice called a second time. Her brother opened the door. Mist entered the passage. The light outside had weakened. The road beyond the yard was nearly blue. "Tell mother," she stopped. There were too many things to send through one sentence. "Tell her I remember. Tell her I am sorry. Tell her I will ask for leave. Tell her I have not forgotten the field. Tell her I am still her daughter beneath this apron." Her brother waited. "Tell her I will write tonight." He nodded. Perhaps they both understood that the letter might not contain everything she meant. He stepped into the rain. The maid remained beneath the doorway. She watched him cross the service yard, pass the wall, and enter the mist beyond the gate. His figure faded slowly, becoming first a dark outline, then only movement, then nothing. He disappeared before she could call him back. The door stayed open for one more moment. Rain tapped against the step. A drop fell from the roof into an empty pail with a hollow sound. Then the maid closed the door. The latch settled between her and the road. It is said that thresholds preserve the shape of every farewell made upon them. The front entrance had witnessed departures filled with luggage, servants, handshakes, and promises of return. The back door received quieter endings. A mother leaving after a hurried visit. A sweetheart turned away after curfew. A sibling carrying bad news back through the rain. No one stood beneath the portico to watch them go. No lamp illuminated their faces. The door closed, and the house resumed its breathing. The maid returned to the kitchen. Nothing there had changed. The stock still simmered. The vegetables remained unfinished. Steam moved beneath the ceiling. Another servant asked who had come. "My brother." "Is everything well?" The maid reached for the knife. "My mother has been ill." The words sounded smaller once spoken aloud. The cook gave her only a brief look, not unkind, merely occupied. "Finish those, then take the tray." Work gathered around sorrow and gave it no open space. The maid began cutting. Her hands moved from habit. Slice, turn, gather, place. Yet the kitchen no longer smelled only of supper. The scent of her brother's wet coat remained upon her sleeve. Earth. Rain, home. She lifted her wrist near her face when no one watched. For a little while, the fragrance survived. By evening, it had begun to fade beneath smoke, onions, soap, and heat. Upstairs, the lamps were lit. Guests entered through warm rooms. Dinner was served. A bell rang for another course. The maid carried dishes through the passage, listening to conversation from a world that knew nothing of the visitor who had stood beneath the rain. The family's evening continued without interruption. That was the power of the hidden entrance. News could enter the house without entering its formal story. A mother's illness, a sold field, a sibling's journey. These things touched the servant deeply while leaving no mark upon the dining room. After midnight, the back door was bolted. The kitchen maid tested the latch as part of the final routine. Outside, rain had gathered upon the stone step in a shallow silver pool. Beyond it lay the dark road. Somewhere along that road, her brother was still traveling. Farther away, her mother slept or waited. The maid placed her palm against the wood. The door was cold. Perhaps every household has two entrances, because every household carries two histories. One history arrives beneath lanterns and is announced by name. The other knocks softly and waits beside the coal. One is preserved in invitations, portraits, and guest books. The other enters with baskets, repairs, whispered news, and rain upon its shoulders. The maid turned from the door. She returned to the dark kitchen, carrying what remained of the scent of wet earth. By morning, even that would be gone. Yet somewhere within her, the road beyond the gate had opened again. A field, a cottage, a mother's room, a brother vanishing into mist. Some visitors remain only minutes. Some bring an entire lost world with them, and some doors, though narrow and hidden, open farther than any grand entrance in the house. In the servants' hall, beneath a ceiling darkened by years of smoke, an enormous wall clock moved through the final hour of night. Its face was pale in the low light. Black hands rested over Roman numerals worn slightly dull with age. Beneath them, the pendulum passed from side to side behind a narrow glass door. Left, right, left, right. Each movement entered the room like a measured breath. No servant had spoken, no bell had rung, no fire had yet been stirred. Still, the clock had already begun to command the day. Its ticking crossed the empty table, touched the cold chairs, and entered the passages beyond. It seemed to travel upward through the hidden bones of the house, passing the kitchens, stairways, bedrooms, and silent drawing rooms. Soon, the servants would wake, breakfast would begin, curtains would open, water would rise through the darkness. But for this one suspended moment, the house belonged only to the clock, and the question waited beneath its patient rhythm. What becomes of a life when nearly every hour belongs to someone else? It is said that time moves differently according to who is waiting. Upstairs, an hour might drift almost without shape. It could pass beside a window with a book resting unopened upon the lap. It could dissolve into music, correspondence, conversation, or a quiet walk beneath the trees. A gentleman might complain that the afternoon had been dull. A lady might remark that the morning had disappeared quickly. Below stairs, the hour rarely disappeared. It was divided, measured, assigned. Before dawn, the kitchen maid had to wake the range. Before breakfast, the fires must be laid. Before the family rose, hot water had to reach the bedrooms. Before callers arrived, the hall must be swept, silver polished, flowers arranged, and every visible sign of labor removed. Each task leaned against the next. A delay did not remain alone. Late water postponed dressing. Late dressing delayed breakfast. A delayed breakfast altered the carriage departure. Dinner preparations might begin before the breakfast dishes had fully returned. Time moved through the household like a chain. Every link pulled another. The first servant entered the hall carrying a candle. She glanced toward the clock. Not because she did not know the hour. Her body already knew. It had woken moments before the appointed time, as it did on most mornings. The hands upon the face merely confirmed what repetition had taught her. She crossed toward the kitchen. The pendulum continued behind her. Left, right. The cook sensed time through heat. She knew how long remained before breakfast by the strength of the range, by the sound of water approaching a boil, by the smell of bread warming in the oven. She did not need always to see the clock. The fire itself had become a dial. A stock pot told 1 hour. Pastry another. The first hiss of fat in a pan announced that the household's waking was near. The cook's hands moved according to a rhythm older than thought. Lift, turn, wait, taste, remove, begin again. If she moved too slowly, dishes cooled. If she moved too quickly, sauces spoiled or bread failed. Time was not simply passing around her. It was entering the food. The housemaid knew the hour differently. She read it in the color beneath bedroom doors. Before sunrise, there was only darkness. Then, a faint grey line appeared near the floor. Later, movement sounded within. A bed creaked. A voice called. The housemaid learned the order of waking among those she served. One guest rang early, another never before 9. A child woke when the nursery curtains brightened. An elderly woman required tea before she would allow the shutters to open. The maid watched the passage, as another person might watch the sky. Light beneath the door became her clock. So did silence, so did breath. The footman listened beyond the walls. A carriage approaching over gravel announced its own hour. Hooves carried time toward the entrance. The distant roll of wheels told him how many moments remained before the door must open. He learned the difference between the family carriage returning and an unexpected visitor arriving. One rhythm permitted preparation, the other demanded immediate response. He stood within the hall, gloved and composed, while time entered through sound. Whispers tell us that long service changes the senses. The ear begins to count. The hand remembers intervals. The body learns to move before instruction is complete. A servant may wake seconds before the bell, because the body has already measured the night. She may turn toward the clock just before it strikes. She may sense that tea is late before anyone complains. This knowledge appears almost mysterious, yet it is formed slowly, through repetition and consequence. One late tray is remembered. One forgotten fire invites rebuke. One missed carriage can disturb an entire day. The servant learns because she must. By morning, the great clock in the servants' hall had become the center of many unseen circles. Breakfast above, cleaning below, deliveries at the back door, letters arriving, coal being carried, beds remade, luncheon prepared. The household's public calm rested upon hidden precision. At 8:30, china appeared. At 9, doors opened. At 11, callers might arrive. At 1, luncheon waited. At 5, tea moved through the rooms. At 7 or 8, dinner began according to the family's habits. The clock governed not only work, but transitions. A maid changed her apron because the afternoon had entered a more visible stage. Lamps were lit because daylight had reached its final measure. Curtains closed because the garden had turned from view into darkness. Every hour carried its own uniform, posture, and task. Yet above stairs, time could appear unmeasured. A guest lingered beside the fire. A card game extended. Conversation continued after the proper hour. The family might choose to dine later. A visitor might arrive unexpectedly and remain through the evening. Those who owned their hours could alter them. Those who served had to absorb the change. This was one of the quiet contradictions within the house. Victorian leisure depended upon servant discipline. The freedom of one group required the readiness of another. A gentleman could decide to walk before dinner because someone else would keep the meal warm. A lady could remain with a guest beyond the expected hour because servants would wait behind the door. An afternoon could drift upstairs because below, minutes were being held tightly in place. Rest itself became uncertain. At the servants' table, a cup of tea might be poured. Before it cooled enough to drink, a bell rang. A maid rose. The tea remained. When she returned, it had lost its warmth. No one had forbidden her rest. It had simply been interrupted by a need considered more immediate. This happened so often that rest became a temporary condition, never entirely trusted. A servant sat, but listened. She ate, but watched the bell board. She spoke, but kept part of herself ready to rise. Time not assigned was still time awaiting assignment. Near midday, one housemaid waited beside the passage door. She had been promised permission for a short walk. Nothing elaborate, only an hour beyond the gate. The weather was mild. Pale sunlight lay over the road. The trees had begun to release the first yellow leaves of autumn. She had finished the morning rooms quickly. Her outdoor bonnet waited in the attic. Perhaps she intended to visit the chapel. Perhaps she hoped only to walk where no carpet required silence and no bell could be heard. The housekeeper had said she might leave after luncheon, if the work allowed. The maid held those words carefully. After luncheon, the clock sounded 1. Dishes returned from above. A guest had left mud upon the hall floor. Another bedroom required fresh water. The maid completed the tasks. She glanced toward the clock. 1:15. There was still time. Then a delivery arrived at the back door. Linen had to be counted. The housekeeper asked her to carry it upstairs. 1:30. The maid climbed. The road beyond the gate remained bright. At 2, a bedroom bell rang. At 2:15, a visitor arrived without notice. Tea was required. The maid changed her apron. She entered the drawing room carrying the tray and saw sunlight resting beyond the windows. The afternoon appeared gentle and open, as though waiting for anyone free to enter it. She lowered the tray. She withdrew. The clock sounded 3. Each chime seemed to carry her farther from the road. Not by distance, by possibility. There was still perhaps an hour before the light weakened. Then the mistress requested a parcel be prepared for posting. A child spilled ink in the schoolroom. Another servant felt unwell and could not complete her duties. No one announced that the walk had been cancelled. The hour simply filled, then the next. The maid did not protest. She had learned that permission was never stronger than need. At 4, she stood beside the servants' hall clock, with a folded cloth in her hands. The pendulum moved calmly. It did not hurry. It did not apologize. Time itself was innocent. The clock had not taken her walk. It had only shown the shape of its disappearance. This was the sorrow hidden within measured hours. The servant might blame no single person. One task had followed another. Each appeared reasonable. Each required only a little time. Yet by evening, the whole afternoon belonged to the house. The road beyond the gate turned blue. Leaves moved in the wind. The maid carried lamps into the corridor. Perhaps she imagined the path she might have walked. A gate opening. Gravel beneath her shoes. The sound of trees rather than bells. She might have stood near the chapel wall and watched birds gather above the roof. She might have walked without destination, allowing her own pace to decide when to turn back. Such freedom was modest. Still, it required possession of an hour, and the hour had passed into other hands. It is said that ownership does not always require an object. One may own a room, a field, a house, but one may also own another person's time. Not completely, not forever, only through expectations, wages, rank, and the quiet knowledge that refusal carries consequence. The servant's body remained her own, yet its hours were scheduled elsewhere. Wake now, enter here, wait there, return later, do not leave until dismissed. The clock made this arrangement visible. Its face appeared neutral. Its hands moved equally for everyone, but the meaning of its movement changed according to position. For the guest, 5 o'clock meant tea. For the maid, it meant carrying the tray. For the master, midnight meant retiring. For the footman, it meant beginning the final clearing. 1 clock, many kinds of time. As night deepened, dinner unfolded according to ritual. Courses ascended, plates descended, candles shortened. The clock continued. 9, 10, 11. Above, conversation relaxed after the meal. Below, servants waited for the drawing-room bell. No one could finish while the family remained awake. The maid's lost afternoon seemed distant now. Her feet ached. The imagined road had vanished into darkness. Still she listened. At last, the bell rang. The final trays were removed. Fires were checked. Lamps lowered. Doors secured. The clock passed midnight. One by one, servants climbed toward the attic. The maid entered her room, carrying a candle, nearly burned away. She sat upon the edge of the bed and removed her shoes. Silence settled around her feet. Far below, the great clock struck once. The sound travelled through floors and walls, softened by distance but still unmistakable. 1 hour after midnight. For a few brief hours, no task had been assigned. No one had requested water. No tray waited. No room required preparation. The time appeared to belong to her, yet even now she could not fully possess it. Sleep had to begin quickly because morning was approaching. Rest was not an open field. It was a narrow chamber between duties. She lay beneath the blanket. The clock continued beyond hearing. Its pendulum moved in darkness, left, right. The maid closed her eyes. Before dawn she woke. No bell had rung, no servant had knocked. The room remained dark. Still, she knew the hour was near. Her body had counted while she slept. Something inside her had measured the cold, the silence, the passing of night. She opened her eyes moments before the morning bell. The clock no longer needed to stand upon the wall. It lived quietly within her, in her waking, in her steps, in the way she judged a pause, in the unease of sitting too long. Perhaps this is how time becomes part of the body, not through clocks alone, but through years of answering them. The maid rose. Below, the pendulum continued its calm authority. The lost walk would not return. The afternoon had entered the past, with every other hour surrendered to the house. Yet somewhere beyond the gate, the road remained. Trees would move above it, leaves would fall. Another day might offer another hour, or perhaps not. The maid fastened her dress and prepared to descend. It is said that time belongs to no one. Still, within the walls of the great house, some were allowed to spend it, while others were required to serve it. The clock did not know the difference. It only breathed. Left, right, and beneath its measured silence, another hidden day began. Inside a plain envelope, sealed with a small circle of wax, rested a folded sheet of paper. It contained only a few lines, no portrait, no account of winter mornings before dawn, no mention of water carried upstairs, fires guarded after midnight, letters delivered, illnesses concealed, or rooms restored after grief. Only a name, a position, a length of service, and several carefully chosen words: honest, sober, clean, respectable, obedient, perhaps trustworthy, perhaps willing, perhaps nothing more. The envelope lay upon the edge of a writing desk in the morning room, where pale light crossed the polished wood. Beside it stood an ink bottle, a silver pen, and a small brass bell. The paper appeared almost weightless. Yet beyond the household gate, it might determine whether a servant entered another respectable home, found lodging, secured wages, or vanished into uncertainty. It might open a door. It might quietly close every door that followed. And so the question seemed to rest beneath the unbroken seal. How could an entire life be reduced to the judgment of someone standing above it? It is said that a servant did not leave a household alone. The reference followed. It travelled in a pocket, inside a case, beneath a shawl, or enclosed within a letter sent ahead to the next employer. Sometimes it was read aloud, sometimes copied, sometimes kept, sometimes withheld. The servant herself might never know exactly what had been written. A favourable character could preserve a future. A doubtful phrase could darken it. No accusation had to appear clearly upon the page. Silence itself could speak. She remained in our service for 3 years. Nothing about honesty, nothing about conduct, nothing about willingness to employ her again. To a future mistress, what was missing might sound louder than what remained. Employers searched for more than skill. They wanted obedience, sobriety, modesty, cleanliness, punctuality, and discretion. A servant was expected not only to perform the work, but to carry the proper moral shape while performing it. A careless plate might become evidence of carelessness in character. A late return might suggest disorder. A disagreement could be called insolence. A rumor of courtship might be interpreted as distraction. A glass of beer, harmless in one life, could become proof of intemperance in another. Reputation entered every room before the servant did. At the centre of this story stood a housemaid who had worked in the great house for 6 years. She had arrived young, carrying one small case and an earlier reference folded inside her glove. Now another case waited upon the attic floor. Its leather was worn near the handle. A plain outdoor dress had been packed inside. Beneath it lay 2 letters, a comb, a prayer book, a ribbon faded at the edges, and the wages she had managed to save. She was leaving. Perhaps she intended to marry. Perhaps a widowed sister required help. Perhaps she had heard of a position offering better wages and fewer flights of stairs. Perhaps she simply knew that another winter beneath the attic roof would be difficult to endure. Whatever the reason, leaving required more than courage. It required paper. She had served through illness. She had missed Sundays promised for rest. She had carried hot water before dawn and checked nursery fires after midnight. She had guarded letters, overheard quarrels, and forgotten aloud what she remembered perfectly. She had polished the family's silver until it reflected candlelight without revealing the hands that had worked over it. Yet before she could continue into another life, she had to ask the household to describe her. The request was made carefully, not during a busy morning, not when guests were expected, not while the housekeeper appeared displeased. She waited for a quiet moment in the linen room, where folded sheets rested beneath the scent of lavender. "Madam," she began, "I hoped I might ask for my character." The housekeeper looked up. For a moment, the room seemed to listen. The maid had already given notice. Her departure was known. Still, the request made dependence visible in a new way. The housekeeper held access to the mistress held authority over the words, the maid held only hope that the years behind her would be remembered kindly. Your reference will be prepared, the housekeeper said. No promise was made regarding its warmth, only its existence. The maid thanked her. Then she returned to work. Whispers tell us that waiting for judgment alters familiar things. During her final days, the house seemed to gather itself around memory. The stair-brush rested where it had always rested, beside the service landing. She lifted it and remembered the first week of her employment, when her hands blistered because she held it too tightly. The bellboard trembled in the passage. She knew each room before looking at the label. Drawing room, nursery, blue chamber, morning room. The bells had once confused her. Now their tones seemed as distinct as voices. Soon another maid would stand there learning them. The green baize door opened beneath her hand. Its cloth had faded near the edge, where generations of servants had crossed. She remembered listening to music through it, years before, when the drawing room had still seemed like another world. Now the music no longer stopped her. The door had taught her to pass through without lingering. At the attic window, she looked beyond the garden wall. The road curved toward the railway town. Smoke from distant engines sometimes rose above the trees. She had watched that smoke during winters, when departure seemed impossible. Now departure was near, yet freedom did not feel as simple as she had imagined. The household had shaped her days for years. Its clocks had entered her sleep. Its passages lived in her feet. Its rules had entered her posture, her voice, and the way she waited before opening a door. To leave the house was not to leave everything it had taught her. The reference would follow visibly. The habits would follow in silence. It is said that employers sometimes called long-serving servants one of the family. The phrase sounded warm. It suggested affection, loyalty, and belonging. A maid might nurse children from infancy, tend an elderly mistress, and remain through marriages, funerals, illnesses, and departures. She might know the family's private history more intimately than distant relatives did. At Christmas, she might receive a small gift. During illness, someone might ask after her. When speaking of her service, the mistress might say that she had been with them for years and was almost part of the household. Yet, one of the family did not mean equal security. A daughter did not usually need a written character before entering another home. A son's future did not depend upon whether a former employer described him as respectful. Affection could soften dependence. It did not remove it. A servant praised as loyal could still be dismissed. A maid trusted with secrets could still be judged by a single disagreement. A woman who had spent years creating domestic peace might lose respectable employment through one displeased sentence. The family could remember her fondly and still retain the power to shape what came next. This was the contradiction hidden within the affectionate phrase, nearness without equality, belonging without possession. Love, perhaps, but love under conditions. On the final morning, the maid entered the drawing room to clear the grate. Sunlight rested upon the carpet. The room looked unchanged. A book lay open beside the window. Flowers stood upon the table. The silver bell near the writing desk reflected the fire. Beside it lay the envelope. Her name had been written across the front. She recognized it immediately. The sealed future. For a moment, she remained kneeling before the grate. She wondered what waited inside. Had the mistress written that she was honest? Would the years of service be mentioned? Had someone remembered the broken vase from 3 winters ago, though she had not broken it? Would the reference say she left by her own wish? Would it say the family regretted losing her? A single line could transform memory into judgment. She finished gathering the ash. She did not touch the envelope. Later, the housekeeper summoned her. The paper was given without ceremony. Your character. The maid received it with both hands. Thank you, madam. The seal remained intact. Perhaps courtesy required her not to open it. Perhaps it was intended for the next employer alone. Perhaps she could have broken the wax after leaving and read the lines in secret. But then the next household might question why it had been opened, and so she placed the envelope inside her pocket. The words concerning her life remained unknown to her. This was the strangest part. She had performed the work, she had endured the years, she knew the true measure of her service. Yet the official version travelled closed against her body. By evening, her attic bed had been stripped. The wooden box stood empty except for dust in the corners. The uniform hung for the last time upon the peg. She folded it carefully. Another servant might wear a similar dress tomorrow. Another set of hands would fasten the collar, tie the apron, and descend before dawn. The house did not wait for individual lives to complete themselves. It waited only for roles to be filled. At supper, the servants acknowledged her departure in quiet ways. A cup was refilled. Someone saved her the better piece of bread. The kitchen maid asked whether she would write. The footman said the new place might have fewer stairs. The housekeeper remained composed, though perhaps her voice softened when she said good night. No grand farewell occurred. Servants entered and left. The household endured. Before dawn, the maid dressed in her outdoor clothes. Without the uniform, she appeared younger and less familiar. She lifted the worn case. The reference rested in the inner pocket of her coat. She descended the servants' staircase. Each step held memory. The landing where she had once spilled a little water. The turn where she paused after receiving news from home. The narrow passage where she had laughed too loudly with another maid and been warned to lower her voice. She passed the silent bellboard. No summons came. She touched the green door once, though she did not open it. Then she reached the servants' entrance. The back door stood before her. Beyond it waited the pale road. The housekeeper had arranged for someone to cover the earliest duties. By breakfast, the routine would close around the absence she left. A new maid was expected within the week. Perhaps she would sleep in the same attic room. Perhaps she would discover the faint mark beneath the drawer. Perhaps the family would call her by the same shortened name. The departing servant opened the door. Cold morning air entered. The sky was colourless and wide. Mist lay over the fields. Far away, beyond the trees, a railway whistle passed through the dawn. She stepped outside. The door closed behind her. No bell called her back. For the first time in years, the road before her was not part of an errand. Still, each footstep carried uncertainty. The reference might be generous. It might be merely sufficient. It might contain some small reservation she would never understand. A phrase written in the morning room could follow her into every interview ahead. She placed one hand over the pocket where the envelope rested. The paper was thin. The future it contained felt heavy. She walked beyond the garden wall. Behind her, smoke began to rise from the house's chimneys. Fires were being laid, water heated, curtains opened, breakfast prepared. The household continued without pause. Its silver would shine, its bells would ring. Another servant would answer. Before her, the road led toward the railway. The station waited beneath a roof of glass and smoke. Trains would carry people toward unfamiliar towns, new households, marriages, illness, opportunity, or loss. She did not yet know which life awaited her, only that the old one had ended. It is said that every person carries two histories, one written by others, one remembered within. In her pocket rested the first, a few formal lines, measured words, a name made useful to strangers. Within her memory rested the second, 6 winters beneath the roof, the kitchen before dawn, the bell that rang during supper, the child she comforted after a nightmare, the day of rest that vanished, the letter she never read, the ember she returned to the grate, the private tears no ledger recorded. Her true history was longer than the reference, more complicated, more faithful. But the world ahead might trust the sealed paper first. The maid continued beneath the pale morning sky. Her figure grew smaller along the road. The great house remained behind her, dignified and calm, already absorbing the place where she had once stood. Perhaps the reference would open another door. Perhaps it would close one. Perhaps she would never discover exactly how her years had been judged. Still, she carried the truth that no employer could fully write. She had been there. She had served. She had endured. And beyond the sealed future in her pocket, another life waited quietly beside the railway, veiled in steam, uncertainty, and the first light of morning. Many decades later, the great house stood empty beneath an evening sky. Its windows no longer held lamplight. The gravel drive had softened beneath weeds. Ivy crossed the outer stone. Rain had darkened the steps beneath the front portico, and the brass knocker, once polished each morning, had lost its shine. Inside, dust lay upon the grand staircase. It gathered along the carved rail, rested inside the corners of the steps, and softened the edges of the carpet, where colour had faded into brown and grey. The chandelier hung above the hall without fire. Several glass drops were missing. Those that remained caught the weak daylight and returned it without warmth. Portraits had once watched from the walls. Now only pale rectangles remained upon the wallpaper, marking the places where family faces had hung. Names survived in frames elsewhere. The empty walls remembered only shape. No servant crossed the hall. No footman opened the door. No maid carried coal toward the morning room. Yet the silence did not feel vacant. It seemed to be listening. It is said that abandoned houses do not become quiet all at once. First, the voices disappear, then the clocks, then the fires. But beneath the silence, older rhythms remain. A floorboard keeps the memory of weight. A stair remembers where feet fell most often. A doorway holds the smoothness of countless hands. And so, though the house had forgotten the names of those who served within it, it had not entirely forgotten their movement. A quiet visitor entered through the side passage. Perhaps she was a historian, perhaps a caretaker, perhaps only someone drawn toward rooms neglected by official tours. She carried a small lamp, though afternoon light still reached through the broken windows. Her shoes stirred dust from the floor. At first, she passed through the entrance hall where the household's public memory remains strongest. A marble table stood against the wall. A cracked mirror reflected the staircase. One framed family photograph had been left upon a shelf, its figures arranged beneath summer trees. Their names had been written carefully upon the back: the master, the mistress, their children, a visiting aunt. No servant appeared in the image, though someone had prepared the clothing, arranged the chairs, carried the camera equipment, and perhaps kept the children still between exposures. The photograph preserved the family. The room preserved the unseen conditions that made the photograph possible. The visitor turned away from the grand staircase. Near the end of the hall stood a narrower door, covered in faded green cloth. The baize had once been dark and soft. Now it was pale near the edges, worn where hands and trays had brushed against it. A tier near the bottom revealed wood beneath. The hinges resisted before opening. On the other side, the air changed. Sound became smaller. The service passage stretched into dimness. Here, the wallpaper had no pattern. The floorboards were bare. Hooks remained upon the walls where aprons, lamps, or keys might once have hung. A narrow staircase descended toward the basement. The visitor stood between the two worlds. Behind her, the grand hall opened beneath the dead chandelier. Ahead, the servants' passage narrowed beneath a low ceiling. The architecture still remembered division, even when no one remained to obey it. Whispers tell us that later generations often inherit rooms without inheriting the knowledge of how they were used. A small door becomes a curiosity. A narrow stair seems unnecessarily steep. A bellboard appears decorative. A basement room is called a cellar because no one remembers the heat that once lived there. The visitor descended. The servants' staircase had worn into shallow hollows near the center of each step. They were not deep, but visible enough to suggest repetition beyond counting. One maid's feet could not have shaped them, nor one footman's. The marks belonged to generations. Water carried upward, coal carried upward, ash carried down, trays balanced in tired hands, servants climbing before dawn and descending after midnight. The visitor placed her palm upon the rail. The wood was smooth, not polished for beauty, polished by bodies passing through time. At the bottom lay the kitchen. The range stood cold beneath a blackened chimney. Rust had gathered along its doors. Copper pans were gone, though round marks remained upon the wall where they had once hung. The long wooden table still occupied the center of the room. Its surface bore cuts, burns, and pale rings where bowls or pots had rested. One corner had been repaired with a darker piece of wood. The visitor moved her lamp across it. The marks formed no readable sentence. Still, they resembled writing. A hidden script made from knives, heat, water, and use. The kitchen had once begun its day before the rest of the house. Bread had risen beneath cloth, stock had simmered, game had been plucked, pastry folded, plates returned from dinners, whose guests were now themselves long dead. Upstairs, menus might have survived in a family book. The table below preserved the pressure of hands. Near the scullery, the stone floor dipped slightly toward a drain. The hollow had been shaped by water and feet. A servant once stood there, hour after hour, washing grease from pans and ash from iron. Her name might appear nowhere in the household records. Perhaps only her position had been entered. Scullery maid. 2 words. They did not describe the redness of her hands in winter. They did not record the songs she knew. They did not say whether she laughed easily, feared dismissal, or kept a coin hidden for the future. The visitor looked toward the dark sink. The absence around it seemed almost personal. It is said that archives preserve what institutions believe worth keeping: property deeds, marriage records, inventories, portraits, letters written by those taught that their thoughts deserved paper. The servants' lives survived differently, in wages entered beside dates, in census lines, in references, in names written incorrectly, sometimes only in occupations: housemaid, cook, footman, general servant. These titles proved that labor existed. They rarely revealed the person within it. The visitor entered the housekeeper's room. A hook remained beside the door. Perhaps keys had once hung there. Its curve was darkened by use, though the ring itself had vanished. Nearby stood a cupboard without shelves. Lavender scent no longer rested in the wood. Tea, sugar, soap, candles, linen, and preserves had disappeared with the order that once counted them. She imagined the soft metallic rhythm of keys at a woman's waist. Authority borrowed from the house. Responsibility heavier than ownership. The hook held nothing now, yet emptiness made the missing object clearer. Farther along stood the bell board. Several bells remained, tarnished and still. Beneath them, faded labels could just be read: drawing room, nursery, blue chamber, library. The wires behind the board had broken. Some ended abruptly near the ceiling. Others disappeared into plaster, still tracing invisible paths toward rooms above. The visitor touched no bell. They seemed too delicate after so many years of silence. Once, a single pull from upstairs had sent a command through the walls. A servant stopped eating. A chair moved back. Footsteps entered the passage. Now the rooms could no longer speak to one another. The system had become mute. But beneath the still brass lay the memory of listening. The visitor imagined servants turning before a bell had finished sounding, bodies trained by repetition, sleep shaped by the possibility of summons. No sound entered the corridor. Still, the silence seemed to contain an echo. The visitor climbed toward the attics. The stairs narrowed. Dust thickened near the roof. Several bedroom doors stood open. Within one room, only a broken bed frame remained. In another, a washstand leaned against the wall. The windows were small. Even in daylight, the rooms felt close. Winter frost and summer heat had once entered easily there. After the last tasks of night, servants climbed to these chambers, carrying candles near their ends. The visitor opened a shallow drawer beneath the washstand. At first, it appeared empty. Then she saw 2 initials scratched beneath the wood. E.M. The lines were faint. She lowered the lamp. The letters sharpened in the light. No surname, no date, no explanation. Only the small insistence of a person who had once stood in this room and pressed a sharp point into the grain. Perhaps E.M. served for a season. Perhaps for decades. Perhaps she left gladly. Perhaps she was dismissed. Perhaps she married, became ill, crossed an ocean, or disappeared into another household where another ledger reduced her to another title. The visitor could not restore the biography, but she could refuse to treat the marks as meaningless. She traced the letters without touching them. Someone had wanted to remain. Behind a loose board, She found a comb. One tooth was missing. Near the window, beneath dust, lay a faded scrap of fabric. Once it may have been blue. The colour had almost withdrawn entirely. These objects offered no complete story, yet together they formed an unseen archive. Not official, not orderly, not sufficient. A comb, a thread, initials, a hollow step, a worn door, a hook without keys. Each fragment held the shape of use. Each asked the imagination to move carefully, without inventing certainty where certainty had been lost. This was not the summoning of ghosts. It was the return of attention. Some believe remembrance begins not by claiming to know everything, but by learning how much has disappeared. The visitor sat briefly upon the attic floor. Rain began beyond the roof, touching the tiles with a soft, familiar sound. Dust moved in the air around the lamp. Below, the house stretched through darkness. The grand rooms, the service passages, the kitchen, the bells, the green door, the two staircases, all remained within the same walls. Victorian splendor had survived in recognizable forms. A carved chair might be valued. Silver could be catalogued. Portraits could be identified by name. Furniture could be restored and displayed. But the people who polished the chair, cleaned the silver, dressed the portrait's subject, and moved the furniture before guests arrived, often survived only at the edge of the record. Their labor shaped every preserved object. Their inner lives were considered less worthy of preservation than the objects themselves. This was the contradiction at the heart of the house. The visible world depended upon the invisible one, yet memory followed visibility. History looked toward the chandelier and overlooked the hands trimming its lamps. It admired the staircase and forgot who scrubbed its edges. It preserved the dining room and allowed the servants' table to disappear. The visitor returned downstairs as dusk entered the windows. The house darkened from the roof downward. In the drawing room, the last light touched the mantel. In the hall, the grand staircase faded into shadow. Behind the green door, moonlight began to gather along the service corridor. The visitor reached the bellboard once more. A narrow beam entered through the high window and rested upon the tarnished brass. Dust drifted through it slowly. For one moment, the particles rose and fell like breath. No bell rang, no door opened, no servant answered. Yet the house no longer felt empty. The visitor could almost sense the rhythm that had once moved through it. Not supernatural, human. Feet upon narrow stairs, water shifting in copper cans, keys touching at a waist, a chair moving back when a bell sounded, a maid pausing beside a fire, a kitchen waking before dawn. The lives had not returned, but attention had returned to them. Perhaps this is the quiet restoration available to history. Not the recovery of every lost name, not the invention of endings where none survive, only the decision to look toward the worn place, the hidden stare, the scratched initial, and understand that absence itself is evidence. Someone passed here, someone worked here, someone waited for rest, carried news from home, listened behind doors, and folded a uniform beside an attic bed. The house had not preserved their voices clearly, but it had preserved the spaces shaped by their existence. The visitor lowered her lamp. Moonlight remained upon the bells. Above stairs, the family's story rested in portraits and records. Below, another history endured in wear, dust, and silence. One had been displayed, the other had waited. It is said that houses forget slowly. First the names, then the faces, then the reason one door was covered in green cloth and another staircase hidden behind it. But perhaps forgetting is never complete while a mark remains. A hollow in stone, a hook in a wall, 2 letters beneath a drawer. The visitor closed the service door gently. Outside, evening had settled over the abandoned grounds. The windows reflected the moon. Behind them, the house stood silent. Still, somewhere within its walls, forgotten footsteps seemed to gather, not as sound, but as recognition. History was not only what had been shown above stairs, it was also what had endured below, unseen, unheard, waiting patiently in the dust for someone to enter the quiet rooms and understand that they had never truly been empty.